Goodness, I'm so excited as our kickoff to summer, really, with Where to Next, and hopefully to a travel season for some of you guys, or full on get a vacation break. So it will be awesome. Very happy to be here, and I think that we'll see if it takes a while for people to find us this morning. Good morning. Hi, Natalie. How are you? Good morning from Louisiana. I love it. I have, hello, Yessie. How are you? Hi, Brenda. And I know some of you guys won't be here for the whole day. Hey, Debbie, I'm going to see you soon. For the whole day, you might be popping in and out because I know this is later than we normally do these weekend events, but you do whatever you can do. Hi, Paula. Hi, Tina. Hi, Heather. Carissa. Oh, I'm so excited. So I was up early finishing some fussy cutting. I didn't cut the flowers, or the vellum leaves, but it's okay because I'm sure some of you out there with me because I had to cut everything twice, right? So how today is going to work is I'm going to talk to you guys for a few minutes. I'm going to flip the camera and we're going to talk about the tools that you need today. I'm going to do a quick flip through of the album. I'm going to get my cutting diagram set up and we're going to roll right into this. So do you like? I put my flamingos on today for you guys. Look at that, right? I hope that you guys are in some comfy clothes. I have shorts on underneath this. So like I said, business from the boobs up. Hey, Patty. So excited. So my friend Patty's here. She's been doing renos, so I don't know, Patty, when's the last time that you actually got to sit down and create, right? So very excited that a lot of you are here. Like I knew this one in June is hard. Graduations, vacations, finishing up a school year, vacations. I said that already, right? That there's a lot to build in to the month of June and kicking off your summer. So I have my water here because I can feel I'm going to cough, right? Oh, no, you're not feeling well, Teresa? That's no fun. I do whatever you can, right? If you can join us, it's all recorded. That's a plus, right? So even if you get started on this and then you have like a dog emergency or a child emergency or a significant other emergency and you can't finish all of it, then you can just swing back. It's all recorded, right? So feel better. Feel better. For anybody out there who today is not turning out to be the day you expected, it's all here. We'll be here for you when you come back. You don't have to do it live, right? So that's what I feel like. The excitement bubbles over, so I rein it in. So I will flip the camera so I am not looking here and I can look down at my laptop and hopefully answer any questions. I'm set with water for the first part. I told Riley that I would love, I told Rich, the other boy in my house, that I would love an iced coffee from McDonald's today with no sugar in it. So hopefully he heard that, as well as water my plants, because that was the other, hey, water my plants because I didn't do it yesterday out front. And hey, get me an iced coffee. Okay, gotta go, bye. So we're here. Let's flip the camera. I'm gonna Blair Witch you. One of the things, if you have a question, put question in caps and then your question, because it's really easy for us to find it. Because you will find, if you are new here or you are a returning guest, that there's a lot of chatter that goes on in the comment section, because what I work really hard to do is build community. So you will find that there's lots of friends in here that might be talking about a baseball game or about their grandkids or their husband or their spouse of some sort or their kids. So it's not always related to what I'm doing. I like to be super focused, especially during the paper cutting. So if it's something that you need me to see or Natalie to see, please put question in caps. The other thing that is super important is to go over your screen right about here. You'll see an icon that looks like a gear. Make sure that you pop on that, see what your quality level is. So 720p is what will make it better. Also know that this is not a perfect studio setup. It really is Vicky, your buddy next door, who just does these lives from her basement that I've made look pretty. So I forgot what I was going to, oh, well, I will have to flip the camera and do some things. The volume will change when I sit down and I'm not right in front of the camera like this. So just keep that in mind, because I'll get a whole bunch of people that are like, I can't hear as well. Just, you'll have to turn up your volume. What is the other thing? If we lose connection for any reason, because it's raining, but I don't think my internet connection is poorly, I might have to start a new link. So what will happen with that is, if for some reason we are disconnected, I will go in and create a new live link and call it part 2. I will post the link in the description of this YouTube link, and also we will get it posted on the Facebook group. So it has happened before, knocking on wood. So I just like to let everybody know all of that. My question, when do I get the new space? My new space will actually happen while we're on the cruise to Alaska. I pick up the keys on Monday. I will take before and afters, because I have found some really great things that are good for a leased space. So I'll be sharing all of that. I wish you were my neighbor next door. Yeah, Diane, and then we get nothing done. That's the whole problem. Then we would get nothing done, right? So I've missed everything. Lots of you guys are talking about things, and I miss the things, but Vicky's putting her, we got to get the stuff done hat on, right? So I'm excited. Today, if you're new, question, did you see the prep video? Did you prep the homework? Well, we did it together. So there was this, the cutting was cut into 2 different sections, because in the past we have done all the cutting in the morning of the album class, and it can be a little overwhelming because it's a 72-page album with flips and pockets, and it's a lot of paper cutting, because really the whole magic of this is in just layering paper. So if you haven't done that, be aware that you can still cut with me, but the assembly, you might want to wait to come back and view the video until you have done the prep section. If you haven't fussy cussed, that doesn't matter as much. You can just go and add those pieces when you start putting your stickers and finishing your assembly. But it is super important that you have the prep work done, because otherwise I think that would just be kind of a hot mess for you to try to keep up, okay? But like I said, if today you're like, I only have the morning, I'm going to start my cutting, perfect. Have your numbers ready, have everything good to go, and you will find. In case you missed it, what did I miss? Oh, class prep, thank you. Natalie is adding, and she is awesome with this. Links, like anything I talk about, because she's been doing this a long time with me, so she will like speed through. She will know like, oh, if she mentioned this, let me find a link to this, or oh my goodness, I didn't know she was going to talk about this. But she is so good for keeping us on track, right? So she really is my +1, the person who helps with all of these events and gets you guys in there. So to start this morning off, thank you, Natalie, for everything you're going to do for us today. Thank you. And good morning to everybody. I feel like we're 10 minutes in. People are rolling in. The other thing to be aware of, see on your screen around here, there's a little button, if you put your mouse over top, that says live. If the red light is not on beside it, you are not actually watching in real time. So you may ask a question that pertains to something we did 4 steps earlier, and you just will need to make sure you preface your question with lots of information so we know what you're talking about. If not, I'll say, I have no clue what you're talking about, and then you'll help me. You'll help me get there. So I am so excited. We're going to flip the camera. Let's start the morning off with, are there any questions before we get started? I'll ask it right now. Or actually, that was rewind. Once I go through the explanation of how today's going to go when we flip the camera, ask the questions during that or at the end, because I might answer your question already, right? So perfect. So Blair Witch time, I'm going to flip you around so that we are looking over top of the table. I am, again, very excited you guys are here. It is a small group today. There are only right now 189 of us. So we literally have just like a group of our like very favorite friends are here, and we're missing some of our other favorite friends. But really, when I think this group is about 700-ish. Oh, you got to see the mess because the cruise is on the other side of the table. So let me shake you around for a minute. Just make sure everything is in there. I might, no, we'll leave it. I was going to put the screen up, but I'm not. How are we doing there? So let me go over my gear. Yeah, my quality is at 144p. I'm like, why does that look so bad? And then I fixed it and it is much better. So a little straighter. There we go. We are good. Deborah is from England. She was on my cruise when we went to England. Amazing human. I love it. I think, is it not Hemel Hempstead. Where did we go out of? Southampton? Is that where you're from, Deb? Hi, Karen. How are you? Okay. So I'm getting ready. Woo! A lot of you guys are going to be here and not maybe participating. You could do the cutting, though. You could do the cutting and then just start at number, what is that cutting going to be? Right? You can start and do this part of the cutting. So at least that would be done. So if you feel up to it, then your 11 to 36 would be cut. So that is an option. Okay, friends, get my seat. So excited to have you guys here. Yay. All right. Let's talk about the things you're going to need today. So I did some of my fussy cutting. I love these little bins and stuff because I can stack them. It makes, if you have limited workspace, these are super helpful. For anybody going on the cruise with me, little containers are a really clever idea. Or going to a crop. They're just clever ideas, right? That it just helps you when you have very limited space to actually maximize your space. So, excuse me, my fussy cutting is done. I'm going to set it aside. I have some inks and my double-sided tape ready. Whatever inks you want to use is fine. If you don't feel like inking today, you don't have to. I will explain all of the things. Just so one of the question was, what are those papers? It's explained in the written directions, but it is right here on my cutting diagram because I don't even look at written directions. It's all the cut aparts that I'm not going to draw on a cutting diagram, but it is in the written instructions, and I will explain all of the things when we get going. If you guys will see, I take care of all the steps, and then the other thing, what ends up happening is as we go through, we're going to have questions. Questions are going to come up that maybe I've missed, and I will 100% take care of it for you guys, right? Yeah, so you'll be good. You don't need the written instructions, but I know what we need to do, so we'll be good. These bins I bought at HomeSense, Home Goods, Winners. When you go into the organizing section, like this time of year, I find their storage is good. And leading up to when the kids go back to school, it is like on fire when you're in there. Like you can find some really great things. So the other place that you can get bins almost exactly like this is if you have an IKEA. I just bought white ones that look exactly like this. And they come in, I think, 3 or 4 different sizes. And I love them. I love them. So 2 options, right? The other thing that I have to tell you guys, I'll have to take a picture and share, that is my favorite thing. When you're in the kitchen section and you can find the racks that are either for your lids or your cutting boards, or in the office section, the things that stand up like this and you can organize in. I have a star one, a black one. I love that for projects in progress, if that makes sense. So I have to share that. I'm going off track, but I will have to share a picture of that I love that it's all vertical storage. So I could, like, as you're paper cutting, I've seen some of you guys use it. I can't show you one because they're both full, but it is great for stacking some of your pieces as you're working because it's about this deep And then when you're using 12 by 12, this wide, I love that as well for when you have very limited area. Okay, so cutting, you're going to need your cutting diagrams, or if you're just following along with me, you don't need anything, right? You need a paper trimmer. I have an extra blade in front of me. I have my paper trimmer. I score in the well of my trimmer, so you need something to score with if you do the same, or a scoreboard. If you're using the little blade on your trimmer for scoring, be careful, because it can very easily perforate your paper because it's pointy, right? This is like a rounded edge, so I'm not lying. I use things like this with no ink out. I'll use the end of a pen. If you don't have like a burnisher, I'll just use the end of the pen without the ink out, and I will burnish in the well of my trimmer. So I find that not everybody wants to get your scoreboard out, so you don't need it. I have that. When we get to using some of the pieces from your papery, these are really helpful for removing the vellum stickers. And if you're like, what is she talking about? This is the papery. This is your papery pack. So you will see on here, see, this whole section is vellum stickers. When you open the pack, you're like, where are the vellum stickers? They put them in full sheets now. So you really have to just kind of poke at it or bend it to peel it. But they are lovely. They go on the paper looking like they're part of the page. They are almost like a clear sticker, but they have no shine on it, or very minimal shine. They are tricky, but they are amazing. So you just need to, I will show you later when we go to remove a vellum sticker, what they look like and how to get them off. But a pokey tool, a weeding tool is your friend. I love these too for stickers, because you put your sticker on the end when it's like kind of difficult sticker placement. So I use that. It is like an all-purpose awesome tool. The other thing I use it for is the chipboard in this kit is pretty thick. So I don't want to take up all that space in my album. So when we get to it later, I'm going to show you how I actually peel a couple layers of that craft side off to make my chipboard way thinner. So I will show you that as well. Okay, your numbers, however you've done that. So obviously I've used a bunch of them already for the prep. I have my numbers ready, which will go right at the front. Paper clips in all shapes and sizes, because like, look at, this is a Vicky tool. I think for any class that you're doing, that you are doing prep with cutting, these are a staple paper clip. My little garbage can for my little bits, my adhesives, including my 1/8 inch double-sided tape. I use 1/8 inch, so this is, ready, muy importante. If you are using a wider double-sided tape, say instead of 1/8 inch, it's a 1/4 inch. Any of your scoring, all my scoring I do at pretty much, unless I state otherwise, a 1/4 inch. So this is slightly smaller than a 1/4 inch. If you're using a 1/4 inch double-sided tape, let me grab, I think I have one over here. Whoop, whoop, just a second. If you're using a 1/4 inch, any of your scoring, find the 1/4 inch and move it a slightly bigger. You want to have a little bit of area to get that tape on there, so you don't have tape sticking out and it's messy and it's just no bueno. So when we get to that point where we are scoring, and I say score a 1/4 inch flap, if you are using a little bit wider tape, find the 1/4 inch and move it a little bit. I'm not going to give you a weird fraction with that. Just, it doesn't have to be a whole 1/2 inch. Just find the 1/4 inch, move it up a little bit and score it. Okay? Question, do you have any more sticker books? Probably. Just email me. I have everything, Debbie, everything. There's extra. So email me, and if you want it, I can even throw it in my bag for the cruise. But like I said, you need to remind me because I forgot already. Okay? Your circle punches are really just to notch a few pockets. So whatever size you have. I have a 1 inch and a 1.5 and my corner rounder. My ruler. I think that is everything. Do you think I missed anything, friends, from the list? I feel like that's everything that you need today for our, like I don't need the adhesive right away because we're doing cutting. Here's another thing I'm going to tell you, a kind of bonus thing. Find my, of course, my washi tape that matches is somewhere. This can be your friend for if you cut instead of scored, or you cut different than my suggestion. Washi tape. Oh, scallop punch. It's here. Thank you. Boop, boop. Scallop punch. Washi tape is your friend. Washi tape will help with any boo-boos. And if you have something that matches this kit, it could be black and white polka dot. It could be any colors. It does not have to be the Where To Next. You can just add that for decorative, and nobody knows I made a cutting, not necessarily error, but I cut it differently than the suggested cutting, right? Woo! I am so excited. So are we ready, friends? First thing we're going to do is take a look at what we're making today, okay? I'm not doing this slow. It's just going to be a quick thing, but I want to give you kind of this idea of how this is going to work. And then we're going to organize our papers, and then we are going to do our paper cutting. So I have to move. Do you like, oh, Vicky, you got to not rest your boobs on the table. So I move them back. Nobody needs to see that. So there's going to be a lot of things when we go through that will make sense when we start doing it, right? Lots of different things. There will be interactive pieces. Maybe I do a scallop border and we go, where did you even get that piece? And I'm like, I don't know. We'll use our scraps. There's no panics, okay? But there are going to be things that will be interactive. So remember this, right? Muy importante. A pocket needs an open side. So when you are adhering things, you want to be aware that you leave one side with no adhesive, so you actually have a pocket and it isn't a mat. If it's sealed on all sides, it's a mat. Hi, Riley.
I need the thing for Denise. The kit, your finished kit.
Just a second. Right here.
This one?
Underneath. Now bring them both up, then she'll know. Oh, don't dump it.
Okay.
Sorry,
love you,
friends.
bye.
Love you, bye. Get out. Denise is kidding. Those 2 kits I'm putting on sale on Monday. So that is Riley's girlfriend. So she needs the sample kit. So she knows what she needs to do. Okay. So what I was saying, sorry, is a pocket needs to have an open side. The other thing you need to be aware of, like what if there's text on your pocket? Or which side does the pocket have to open on, the right or the left? So always just double check, right? I'll put my hand on the side that doesn't need glue. Like when I flip it, my finger will be on the side so I know. And then I'll adhere the opposite side first and then top and bottom. So that's a little thing that I'm putting out there. There will be flaps. So this time around, because I'm finding the adhesion is a little bit better, a lot of our flaps are going to be a hinge, meaning it doesn't get folded behind. So I can also see all the artwork on the page, and it gives me a little bit more real estate on the page. So we'll just score, but we won't really fold anything. So you will find there are lots of little interactive bits. So that's where scoring will be important. That's where what size tape are you using matters, right? So just to give you a little idea, we have this little guy that has the little pieces that we did in the prep class. So I will explain it again when we get to this page. We have what I call, this is like a zigzag flap because it zigs and zags and orders your pizza, right? So you will have all of this. At the end of this class, I will go through and slowly show you and pause on each page because I think it's even easier than using the images that you print. you can just watch the video at the end and pause, put your stickers, everything on, and you can see the things, and I'll bring it up to the top and everything. There's my mama. My mama's here. So Natalie, Riley will take care of his mother. He's a good kid. He sure is. He sure is. So yeah, just remind him. Yeah, Patty, pizza. Okay, so lots of these things, right, are going to be interactive. Pocket pages. Some of these pocket pages, the stickers I put on the front because I think it's nice when you slide a photo in that your sticker is right on the outside and they stick really well. So I just want to kind of give you an idea as we go through. Side pockets. We are going to be doing lots of different things. A suitcase side pocket because it's a travel album, right? I think that, oh, I won't get this back in here. So we'll just pretend. Flaps. Scored, not folded behind. So I call those in Vicky speak as a hinge flap. Hinge flap, right? Patty and her Mrs. Smith. It's okay, Patty. You can call her Sheila. She likes it. Okay? There we go. So lots of fun things are going to go on. Here is another, if you want to do like the same thing with the double flap like we did on the other one, you can. Any questions so far? Anyone who is new that is feeling, looking at this like you're going to be overwhelmed, don't. I'm going to tell you right now, don't. You're going to watch. I will guide you like the Yoda that I am, right? Love it. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I don't know. I don't think I have to look through all of it, but right side pockets, vellum that I didn't cut out, we'll have to cut, pocket, right? Lots of different fun. Side flaps. So if you opt, if you've done these before and you're like, I would really rather do a folded flap instead of the hinge flap, do whatever makes you happy, right? I am totally okay with it. So this one was an error in what we're going to do today, which I've highlighted it. The first thing we'll talk about today is changing that number on your cutting diagram. Thank you, Lisa, for catching it because she had to work a little bit ahead because she wasn't going to be here this morning. Okay. Oh, see something like this? So when we get there in our 6x8s, some of the pieces we're going to keep the barcode on top of because it just gives me a little extra real estate. So you can put a sticker or something on that later, but I want you to be aware of some of these. We do have to keep the little barcode on, okay? So it is fun. There is so much going on in this album. Here's what I want to say. Once you get your photos in here, this album is not going to close. It's going to be open like this. So remember what I said, friends, is that when the Where To Next albums finally come in and the extra page protectors, I will put them on sale in my shop. So you'll get them at a discounted price. And if you want to order them and split this into 2 albums, I'm going to do that. The other thing I'm going to try to get are extra 6x8 pads. So if you want to beef up both of these albums with your extras, you can. I will add, because this is, I think, moving forward, what I think a good thing is if you really love these and you want to split it into 2 albums, because I always give too much. It's too much in here. It's a huge album. Is that I will do maybe an extra sticker sheet. I'll put it on sale. An ephemera pack I'll put on sale. And a 6x8, like maybe even a add-on if you want to. Maybe I'll do that. I'll give you 2 options. So the discount will be if you want to just grab a grab bag with all of the things in it, and then I'll individually price everything else, because I feel really sad that we couldn't get the Where To Next albums, but right now they're like tentatively I'm going to say July, but I don't even know if they're going to be here in July. So thank goodness the print shop album turned out beautifully. It worked really well. But yeah, it would have been nice if we had the actual. I'm going to show you quickly and then we're going to get into it because I have to grab my album anyway. I have one that they sent me as a sample early on. This is what the Where To Next album looks like. So when you get it, we've removed all of the prices of these are just going through the sky. So I keep trying to get them to price these like more reasonably, but it is a battle I don't win. So that's why I just try to give you a good deal on it, right? So it is very pretty when we get to this, right? For my friends that are in New Zealand going on the cruise, I will redesign parts of the album because this should be here for that. But if you want to end up buying a bonus and expanding, here's another thing. Everything that I do to add on to these pages, I'll share with you guys. And maybe what I do on these pages, I'll figure it out. But I'll show you the artwork I do on the pages when the album comes in, okay? So this is just to give you an idea when it gets here. This is what the Where To Next album looks like, okay? It's cute. But like I said, it's not the end of the world having used the print shop because it still worked beautifully, right? Worked beautifully. And you will need, when we start doing the work, you'll need to open your album when we get to the done, when we're done the cutting, and we'll get the guts out, okay? All right. Now let's get started. Okay, where did I put everything? It was all organized. I just have to find in my organization. Oh, I know. I have it on my tray. Just a second. Got to get the tray out around my belly. So we've talked about this before. I love the project cart from We Are Memory Keepers. I do not make any money by telling you guys that you need one, but I have to say, when I'm doing a class like this, I love that it's right beside me and gives me like triple my space by being able to organize everything on here. So Joanne stores, for my American friends, they go on for next to nothing. And I think Joanne is now shipping to Canada as well. Or check out your local scrapbook store. But look, I've sold a lot of these carts because I use currently 3 of them in here, and I have 2 that are left over that will go in my new studio space, right? Or my new shop space. It's a game changer. I'm telling you, and I'd say probably when they're on sale, order 2 of them. They really come in handy. So grab out of your kit bag your 6x8 half pad. We'll do that in a second. And then grab your remaining pattern paper. We are just going to organize what we need for the album today, and then whatever's left over, we will organize tomorrow for the layouts, and then the remaining pieces we are bonus. That will be for the bonus layout, right? And then I have all my pieces that we cut already in the prep. So I'm going to leave those on my cart, not to confuse anything. And then when we go to get ready, I will have all of this here. So if you are here for the first time and you maybe didn't watch the prep or haven't seen a lot of the things or heard the things we talked about, the numbering system is a game changer for the written instructions or locating pieces. So imagine this, when we're done, we're going to have, 36 stacks of cut paper. By having a number on it, and I can say, so for friends that are like, oh my goodness, I can't find it, I will say, hey, Tammy, it's number 10. Just look for number 10. Make sure you remember every paper has 2 sides to it. So I always put them with the representation of the front and the back. And this just makes it magic. Whoever talked about this, game changer. Game changer. So the numbers work. So to make it pretty, I designed, and it is available in the Facebook group. I designed a printable that worked with a paper punch, so you could punch them out. You guys are awesome, and you've done lots of different tweaks and hacks for your numbering system. I love it. So any questions? The project card, I'm telling you. Yeah, when you move projects through it, project does excel. I love it. I wish, but I love the project cart. Super, super helpful. Oh, Gloria, that's weird. So that had to have just been an error in the, I wouldn't say it was generally everybody's paper pad, but don't forget too, the people who kit my kits are not paper crafters. So they would see if there was like an error in the design, but they would not notice if there was a perforation. But yeah, let me remember, reach out to American Crafts. They have paper pads. So reach out and say, I purchased a 6x8 Where To Next paper pad, and it has the perforation is on the bottom. And they will. So what I would do today is cut so you know the pieces that you need, or use sticky notes, and then reach out to them and they will replace that. They're very good about manufacturing errors and replacing the things. I believe it's customer service at American Crafts or support at americancrafts.com, but we will find that and I will get that information for you. So for anybody, that's another thing, Gloria. Thank you very much for bringing that up. If you're missing ephemera pieces, if there are any errors in any of the things that you have received, you need to go right to the manufacturer for these, right? Because that is who will help you with replacing. And they are very good about it when they have the stuff, right? So that is super helpful, right? American Crafts, customer service. If you reach out to them and say, I was missing the camera in my ephemera pack for Where To Next. You don't have to say where you bought it or anything. You just tell them, I purchased the Where To Next blank, 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 and this was the issue with it. Is it possible to get a replacement? And they're very good. Okay? Yes, send a picture of it, saves time. Very helpful, Deborah. Okay? And it's always good for them to know, right? Because if no one tells them about production errors, then they won't know that, hey, this has been an issue. Because sometimes your ephemera will be, the die lines weren't lined up. So when they cut it, it's offset. So things like that, definitely reach out to them. And it's helpful because like Tim says, when you talk to him, I'm only the designer, I'm not the manufacturer. So when you have any kind of issues with that, reach out to American Crafts. If you don't have any luck, reach out to me and I'll help the process. But start with there, okay? So my 6x8s will organize. Grab your paper. This is where we're going to start. I'm so excited to be here, friends. So for some of you that are new, this is really what you're going to get. This is really what you're going to get. I'm crazy and I've been waiting for this. It feels like my whole life. This collection was designed, it would have started this time last year through all the hiccups and bumps along the road. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to finally be here. It didn't end up being perfectly as planned, but it is going to end up still being a really, really fun weekend. And the Joann's card kits, I will be adding to my shop. If you're wondering what that is this. I have one right here. So for any of my Canadian friends that are like, I want that card kit and I'm in Canada, I bought some so that I can add it. But again, I'm leaving on Wednesday. So it will all go up. There's going to be so much in that store. You're going to be like, holy crap. But if you're looking for this, this is what Deborah's talking about with the card kit. Okay? We were talking about it yesterday. That's the card kit. Sitting down again, right? Here we go. So grab your stack and we're going to put it in order of the same order of our cutting diagram because I think that makes it way easier, right? So this is the order I'm going to put it in. I have my numbers ready. We'll put it on when we cut. Okay? And Trina, if you are in Canada, you wouldn't know that there was a card kit because it was made pretty much exclusively for Joann's stores. But once that runs through, it could still be available in other shops as well, right? But it is fun. It was a great idea. And my designer is pretty much a girl named Melissa, who's awesome. We work very well as a team. And what ends up happening is she will say, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What are your thoughts? And I'll be like, I love it. I love it. It's a great plan. So we're going to create 2 stacks. One is going to be cut aparts. So this is what you were looking for. And you're like, I don't know what those numbers are. and I will direct you at the end. Well, we might do this right at the beginning because I think it's a good warm-up for cutting. So let's grab those first, and just note that it's going to be number 21 through 24 when we go to do these. But let's grab these and we'll sort these out first. This is what we're going to cut apart and prep and get ready. So the first thing that you need is the 4x6 where to next. So this art is all going to be cut into 4x6. It is black on the background. So I create this with purpose because what I'm finding, cut apart should have a neutral background because a lot of these are used in pocket pages, right? So by having a neutral background, I could cut this and then just put a mat on the back, right? There we go. The next one that you need is your 3x4s. So grab your where to next 3x4s. So it is open stock. It has the barcode. It is not out of the paper pad. These are all open stock so far. Again, with a nice neutral background. This is actually one of my favorite patterns for matting in this kit. It looks really beautiful on the layouts. So you need one sheet, one so far of both of these. So grab that, the 3x4. And what I do is I put it in a stack so I can just flip it when we go to cut it. I love this paper. It is called Place Tag. And I wanted, and you'll probably see a version of this in multiple paper lines moving forward because these work beautifully as a whole ephemera pack. So if we would have bought this as an ephemera pack with die cut place tags, it would probably be, I'd say, $6 US. As a sheet of paper, it's $2. It's not hard for you to cut these out. I'm going to do this. I'll tell you, it won't be in the next collection, but guess what? Got an email to start on the one for spring that it's coming up. So it will certainly be in the spring collection. It'll look a little different, but I love these. These go in pockets beautifully. I love them we could make a whole little mini tag book out of it. How fun would that be? So this paper is called Place Tags. We're going to cut this apart. Be aware of this. These are meant to be borders. So you could cut them, I think I might have only cut them into two, but I might have cut Love This as a separate one. I just don't remember right now. So I'm going to say right now we're going to cut that into 3 borders. So you will cut through the stitch, but it's all good. Okay? Fits into your planner too. I love that. I do love those. So you'll see them again. Just like this, right? This is a tag paper. Do you notice? It's out of your paper pad. So if you're looking for it, it's in the paper pad. And we do this this is a basic for any of the Vicki Boutin collections. Again, I like things that we can fussy cut. I like things that give you maximum impact, and I find that any of these is super helpful. Christy, the 3x4s are open stock. Okay, I don't even think there's 3x4s in the paper pad, is there? I don't remember. So this one is out of your paper pad tags, 3x4s, open stock. Okay. So clip those together. This is what we'll start on, but we're going to organize the rest. Okay. You're doing great so far. Now, this is going to be in order of the 12x12 paper cutting. Look this is not going to kill us today. Can you imagine when I put all of it together? So much better to split it, right? So much better to split it. So grab your paper pad, your open stock, and your cardstock. And the first paper I need you to grab is this heart one, open stock, called Love It Here. Love It Here. And I do love this paper. And it has this lovely, yummy stripe on the background. And don't forget, all my barcodes are extra art. So you will want to make sure you keep all of these. We'll end up using them. So first paper again is from your open stock. It is Love It Here. And you will notice I tried to put it in order of how the paper came in your kit. So are you finding that that's easier? I rearranged all my cutting instructions to match how the paper was kitted. So I'm hoping that you find that a little bit helpful. The next paper you need is one sheet of one-way ticket. It's the tickets and this lovely peach grid. Okay, so that's the next one in your stack. This is out of the open stock. Everything else is going to be out of your paper pad after this. Okay, so put that in your cut pile. I don't have that cut guide page. Which cut guide page? This. It is in your printables on Vicky Booten Where to Next Facebook page, Pam. So you have to print it. It is not in your kit. So now please grab your 12 by 12 paper pad. Hello, Kari. Sorry that you won't be playing with us, that you're having a nice weekend with your daughter. Enjoy it, and I will see you in like 5 minutes. I'll be seeing you soon. So the first paper I would like you to grab out of your paper pad is Icon's Teal Flowers. It's going to be number 13, Icon, and Teal Flowers. Okay, Icon and Teal Flowers. The next paper I need you to grab is going to be number 14, Lemon and Blue Chevron. These are all out of the paper pad. I believe I've put it, I think I did, unless I was smoking crack again, that it is in order of your paper pad, right? So please put that one in your stack. I'll go through the stack at the end again in the order, but this is helpful. One sheet of the ledger paper, which is in the paper pad again. It has the ledger with your map. And then the next paper is the teal map with the teal and blue sunburst. Put that in your stack. And then just your cardstocks. So you only need one sheet of, this is called Capri Seed. If you look on your basil, it's Capri Seed. It's this lovely turquoise color. Lovely turquoise color. You need Festive, which is a dot paper, because cardstock is so hard to come by. I will just buy whatever I can find that matches, and it looks really pretty in here. So it is called Festive, and it is a dot. So that one is going to go in your stack. And one sheet of Piglet. Piglet is this pink color. The other thing that is on the list is your vellum sheet. Okay, because we will have some fussy cutting, so you may have cut this piece already if you did the prep work, but I haven't cut yet. So we will be cutting out of the bottom a 6-inch piece that we'll cut 2 pieces out of. So I'll just put this as well in my stack. So again, let's go through. You have Love It Here, One-Way Ticket. Both of these are open stock. They weren't in the paper pad. Then you have the Icons with Teal Flowers. That is out of the paper pad. Lemons, and I call this Chevron, but it really is, I love when we do these like corduroy-ish textures. That was in your paper pad. The Ledger, which you know is a staple in all of my collections because I love this as bases for layouts. So this one is with the map on the back, and it was out of the paper pad. Then this lovely teal map. I love this paper. And Starburst. Capri Sea cardstock. Festive Dot. Daphne, it is in your paper pad. So unless somebody took one sheet out of it, it should be in there. This one is in your paper pad. It's in the pad. Okay, Daphne or Jordan, whoever that is. Okay, it's in the paper pad. So Caprese, Festive Dot, right? Piglet, and your vellum. Did you find it, Daphne, Jordan? So what I would say is it possibly didn't make it into your kit, because is it the last paper in the paper pad? So if it didn't make it in there, just email me later and we'll figure something out, because that's kind of hard to mail. One sheet of pattern paper is tricky. So let's look at the end when I'll show you what the bonus papers are, the ones I didn't use. I'll show you right now. These are the papers that I did not use. Okay, these are the papers I did not use. So these will be for the bonus layout. So if there are any of these that you want to replace that teal with, you can. And then what I will do is the next time you place an order, I'll throw you in a whole bunch of bonus things, okay, with the paper that you're missing. I don't know, there again, it could have been missing out of the paper pad. Those kind of things happen, but it could happen, right? So, I'll take care of you. We just got to figure it out. So I won't run through these again, Denise. You're just going to, as we cut them, you'll know, because it's going to be very slow then, right? So as we go to cut the papers, you're going to see. And if you printed off your cutting diagram, they're all there. Okay, it's all there. So I'm going to clip that, because this is what we're going to do. We're going to go through our 6x8s. Okay? Our 6x8s. And then we're going to start with the cut aparts. So with your 6x8 paper pad, grab it, and we're going to do some that we separate into a full section, because they're just going to slip into pockets or be a full page, right? So just grab your your full, not full, half pad of 6x8s, and we're going to put those in order to our cutting diagram, and then pull out the sheets that will be full sheets. Let's do it. So, pieces that we're going to be cutting. So for pieces that we're going to be cutting, it is going to be, the first one I want to put you to put in your stack is going to be I call this paper strips. Paper strips with the green circles. Okay, paper strips with the green circles. So grab that out of your 6x8 pad. That's the first paper we're going to be cutting from. Then please grab the circle paper from your 6x8, circle paper. The back of that one is these lovely black and white flowers. Okay, so grab that and put it in your stack. The next paper will be look like little beach umbrellas. Where'd my garbage go? There it is. So it is beach umbrellas with the yellow floral. And that's the next in your stack. And then you need your floral with the orange dots on the back, or orange pattern on the back. That's next in your stack, and you will find we're following right your cutting diagram page. And then you will have the hearts again with this lovely green pattern on the back. I love this. So vibrant. Beautiful. So that one is the next one in your stack. The butterflies with the blue dot pattern. Ledger with stripes. Have a good day, Lisa. Ledger with the stripes. Your stars with the teal map. The yellow sunburst with the yellow map. The hexagons with your peach pink grid. And then for your cut aparts, this will be number 35 when we do it. So this is going to all go on one page, but put that in your stack. We'll cut that out. And then your enjoy hello this Rome. I love these. I would like to see this in another collection too, and we'll just switch the words out. Again, friends, if you're missing anything, or just email me. Or if it's something like you're missing something out of a full paper pad, again, email American Crafts, because they will they'll replace the things, okay? But if you mention it in here, I'm not going to see it. I won't remember it. For right now, make a sticky note with that number so that you know anywhere you need that paper, you can just put sticky notes in it, okay? But like I said, we can't do anything while we're on here live. But Natalie makes notes, or best to email me at vickybootenkits@gmail.com. But again, if it is something missing from a pack, a paper pad, like that's random if it's in the middle of the pad, it could have been missing from the entire pad when they put it in production. So you will want to reach out to American Crafts. We will track down, Nat, can you check? I think it's support at American Crafts, but it could be customer service. I don't know which one it is. We will find that email that you can reach out to them, and they will definitely, like if you're missing that one piece, they'll send you still the whole paper pad, okay? So you put the link up already. I love it. Support at American Crafts. And then just say, I have the 12 by 12 paper pad. It's missing this paper in the pad. And they'll either send it to you in open stock or send you the pad, okay? So this is what we're cutting. This is what will be full sheets. Full sheets. Some of them might be scored as a flap or a pocket, but we'll do that. I'll go through it in a second, Sonia, okay? Well, here, we'll just do that first. So for a quick flip through, it's the stripes, the circle, or like color wheel, umbrellas, floral and orange, hearts with a green background, butterflies with the blue dot, ledger with the stripes, stars and the teal map, yellow sunburst with the yellow map. I think it's a hexagon, right? I think they're six-sided. Hexagon with the peach pink background, and then your two cut aparts. We'll see you later, Donna. Sending you lots of love. Okay, full sheet. These are going to be the full sheets in your 6x8. Okay, will be the sun with the little peach or I guess salmon-y color background with the suns on the background. So that's the first one in your stack. Your airplane tearing through the paper. Love this paper. This one sold out almost immediately and they had to put it in reprint. This one is the one with the icons on the back. Okay, with the icons. That's the next one in your stack. Friends, if you're missing anything, just reach out to American Crafts. Like I said, this stuff is all mass produced. It is not rare that things are missing. I don't go through every paper pad or check those things. So for sure, they will take care of you. They'll take care of you, okay? I know it's super disappointing when we're going through because you won't have that paper to cut, but reach out to them. I know they reordered the paper pads, so you might end up with a bonus. Your pain for right now might turn into like, woohoo, I got a whole paper pad. Because I would tell them both star papers were missing from my paper pad, or it's missing, can you replace it? And they will. They're good. They'll replace it. Next in your stack is clouds and the green. Or even email me privately just to give you a little, I'll tell you, it is the most frustrating thing for me with the production errors, because you know, if you've met me, I have control issues, major control issues. And every time there's mistakes in that stuff, I feel a little twinge of disappointment and anger with the manufacturing process. And it's something I know that I have nothing, there's nothing. I only design the stuff. I literally have no control over my collection other than the artwork portion. Nothing else. Pricing, how many things are in a package, where it's made. The only thing that I control is the pretty stuff. So it's one of those things like, oh my goodness, like, so just email me after for any of those things. Because if you can't find it, it's probably not in there. And if I missed it, if it's one of those things that we missed during kitting, I'll fix it. But it makes me sad when we're going through, right? Because I can't fix it for you immediately. We're not in a classroom setting where I can just say, here, take my star paper, or I brought extra. So for those ones, we will fix all of the things. I will make sure you're taken care of. If American Crafts can't do it for you, you know I got you. I'll do something for you on the back side of it, okay? So the next paper in there is the map, an orange and pink stripe. And then you will have the Monstera. Is that how you call these, I think? Monstera, the leaf paper with the turquoise grid that almost looks like a big cutting mat, right? I love it. And then this paper that says write it down. This is your cover. So I covered this part of it, but that's the page I used on your cover. So if you want to set that aside for your cover, you totally can do it. Okay? Yeah, I'm happy I get to control the pretty stuff, Deb, because Debbie, this is one of those things that I probably drive them crazy, because I literally, every aspect of the design I'm involved with, every aspect of it. It wasn't even an option. I don't even know if anybody else is involved if they're not designing it themselves. I'm sure I drive Melissa crazy. But I always say those changes I'm making you make and break these collections. And it's why they've been, I think, really popular, is because I'm an actual end user. I craft, I make with this stuff. So I know that it matters if there's a border around my ledger paper. It matters what words go on my sticker sheets, because I just ordered one collection that the sticker words were repeated like 50 million times. Even in the sticker book, it's the same words. So this stuff matters, right? The attention to detail matters. So again, these are going to be full pages. We're not cutting. Will be the sun, the airplane, the clouds, the blue map with the peach stripes, the leaves with the pretty turquoise front, and this sheet is for your cover. So I will not do anything with these. This will be for assembly. So I like to put a little note that I know full sheets, 6 by 8, ready to go. Guess what we're ready to do? Start paper cutting. So are there any questions now before we get started? Any questions? I do this, so I'm all ready to go. Boop, boop. Because it's very important that I'm super organized for you guys, right? The more organized I am, the more I think that we tamp down any of the anxiety. Because this, if you're going to have anxious moments for some people, it's when we get into the math. Or as I like to say, the maths, right? This collection has sold out in most things locally. I'm not surprised, Debbie. It was super popular. I wish that I could do extra collections because I would do at least every other year a bonus travel collection. I would do other things too that are kind of themey, but I love this. And you know we won't see another one for a couple of years. So if you like the travel stuff, make sure that you buy a couple, right? Okay, I had a drink of my water. We're ready to go. So any questions before we get started? We are now going to get into the paper cutting. Have your numbers, your paper clips ready, a clean section in your desk, on your desk, so you can start layering all of your pieces after they're cut. My scoring tool, scissors, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Okay, let's do it. So to warm up, what are we going to start with? Our cut aparts. These are number 21 through 24. So I'm going to grab 21 through 24. 21, 22, 23, and 24. So it is a little bit backwards, but this is a good warm up, right? It does match with the last travel one, Patricia, because I think that these colors are just good travel colors. They match the ocean, they match mountains, they match city, right? So really, I would never really do a earthy. It's not me, friends. If I ended up doing a collection that was really dark, I would have struggled a little bit to use it because it's not what appeals to me for the most part. Craft and black I like, but I still like really vibrant colors. Some will be pink and bubblegummy colors, and then something like this are like Vicky's version of neutral, right? This is my version of neutral. And like I said, you have lots of other collections. If my color palette doesn't work with you, go and find one that does, right? So I know that my stuff doesn't appeal to everybody, but if you're here, it probably appealed to you, right? So let's do the things. So we're going to cut our cut aparts. It's a good warm up. Okay. This is a good warm up. And to let you know how today's going to go, we'll do the paper cutting. And then we're going to do a 20-30 minute break for lunch. We will do maybe seeing how long the paper cutting goes. If you need a little bathroom stretch your legs break, we can do that for 10 minutes too. We'll figure it out. We're not set to a schedule today. It's pretty much when we get there, we'll do it. Okay? So go ahead and cut your pieces apart. So I'm going to stand to do this because I have to line stuff up. So now I could be yelling in your ear because I'm right beside my phone. So you will hear it. Okay, so keep all your barcodes because there's pretty art. And we definitely are going to use this somewhere, remember. And all of these will be 4 by 12 cuts that then you'll cut down to 6 inches. Line it up as best you can. You might have to clean some of your cuts up. It happens. So Rich is heading off because I'm not moving my studio. This is staying here. If you guys have, I need to do another walkthrough video on YouTube of my space here. But I have leased a space for the kitting and that kind of portion of my business. So Rich and Riley, they're moving the sink I ordered, the flooring, all of the things to clean up that space. So I'm very excited. I will definitely share before and after and through the process things that I've ordered, and I'll share links if it's something you're like, I love that. I will definitely, I am an enabler. So if it's something you end up looking at and you're like, I love that, where'd you find it? I'll share that with you. So Heather pointed out a great thing. If you find that you fall a little behind, or maybe the dog knocks something over and it's going to take you a minute to catch up, you can pause the video and start where you left off. The only thing is just know you won't be live. It's not in real time. So if you have a question, again, you have to preface it so I know what you're actually talking about, right? So we're going to go through, we're going to do our cuts. And then that is it for my 6x4 or 4x6 pack. And this one is number, I've covered my cutting guide. Just a sec here. Number 21. I will put that with my barcode. Just one sheet. Unless I tell you it's 2 sheets, everything is only 1 sheet. This is, you have 2 more sheets of it because they're bases for a layout. Because I love that black. So it's a base for a layout. I already know that I'm going to switch this out because I don't like when it makes my paper look torn. Okay. Now we're going to cut out your 3x4s, nothing fancy with it. Literally cut them into 3 4-inch strips and then cut your art out. So yes, just 1 sheet of 4x6s. The rest is going to be for bases for the layout class. Very good, very good. So in this new space, I have a little kitchen. Like there's just, and literally it's just a sink, cupboard, it's a microwave, and a space for a mini fridge. But I went on and I found, so make sure all packed is part of the suitcase. All packed is part of the suitcase card, okay? So you're cutting at the blue-black line. I bought peel and stick tiles for the backsplash, and they're beautiful. I can't wait to show you guys. But what's hilarious is my contractor friend who's doing the work, actually a lot of it while I'm on the cruise to Alaska, is like, this is a lease space, you know, right? And I'm like, yes, I'm aware of that. But if I'm going to be in it, working in here, it needs to be pretty and it needs to be clean. And if you're going to give me any opportunity to decorate something, I'm going to take it. So he laughed, but it's a small space, so I don't feel guilty. Like the backsplash space is small enough that I don't feel guilty about that. Debbie asked, question, what kit is going on sale on Monday? It is the 49th and Market Spectrum Gardenia kit. And it is the kit that I'm doing with Simple Stories. The little things mixed with the new vintage one. So there's a lot. Oh, and I even put some of the vintage Berry Fields in there. So it's a whole mix. They're both going to be 10 plus layout kits. So they will ship when I get back, but I need to get them for sale and up so I can transfer all the US stuff to my US shipping, so that I can put up Christmas, because Christmas is another one that we will be kitting when we're in the new space. So they will both be layout classes, And I will also be posting the, and both are limited. They're not, I don't have the quantities I have in these kits, okay? So it's first come, first serve. I'm going to put them up. I think, what did I say? 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Eastern time on Monday. They'll be posted. So I think, right? Is that what you were asking, Debbie? So now my 3x4s are cut. I put one so I can see the back side. So if I'm trying to figure out where that orange paper is, I know now. And this one is bigger paper clip because that's not working. I might even clip these because then I'm not wrecking the art. So my barcode clipped, and this is number, why do you keep losing that, Vicki? Number 22. Everybody doing okay? Okay. And then we have our place tags. I'm going to cut that as a strip. Love this. And then I'm going to cut this as a piece, and then I'll cut that as a piece. So it's a little tricky, that little love this strip. If you don't want it as two pieces, don't cut it like that. See, I don't mind that though. So my whole idea with these new kits that I'm going to be doing, these 10 plus series, is for all of my layout lovers. So the group out there who really loves doing 12 by 12 layouts, you want to get work done so you can purchase the whole kit, which is a great value because if you bought it all individually, you wouldn't have the education portion of it, right? And then we will sit down and we will make those 12 or 10 layouts live, right? With the kit that you ordered, and I will do access as well. And I will list when I put the kit up exactly what is in the kit. So any of the friends that are going to do, actually I'll post both. I'll post access only at the same time as I do the kit sale. Is that helpful? So if you're trying to track the things down and you live somewhere where I don't ship to, you still have that ability that you could, if you wanted to grab some of the things, I will tell you exactly. It won't be, normally with my full kits, I don't give that information out till I sell through because I really want to encourage the sale of my kits, right? This is how I make my living. I make pennies off of designing and anything that I get through American Crafts. Like, it is pennies. But it's okay because I teach, so it is very beneficial for me to have a product line with my name on it. So the reason I do all of these classes, this is my job. This is how I get paid, right? Plus, I'm doing something I freaking love. But that is why I do the kits and the access only and all the education online. And that's why I have to encourage the sale of the things because it's how I pay my bills. So I know because, right, you guys wouldn't know out there. You'd have no clue that designing a product line, and if you talk to any designer who's out there, depends. I'm sure there's some that have like a whole different setup because of who they are, right? And maybe they just started a lot earlier, but you see all of us hustling and teaching and doing things that support our collections because that is where the majority of our income comes from. It's not through, what do you call it? I forgot the percentage that we get or whatever for the designs. So you have to think, I put all of the time into the design work. Like there are, you guys know when I'm talking about it, oh, I'm in the middle of design. There are weeks that go into the words that go in this, the paper patterns, the different products that we're going to put in there. But everything that I do is really for actually getting paid is this stuff, what I'm doing with you guys, right? But like I said, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. Question, please show strips again. Yeah. Okay. Love this because look at Vicky says this all the time. This is like, if there is a Vicky thing, I love this, or it's my favorite, I say it all the time. So we need a whole strip like that. Then just all the turquoise. That's where I cut this one, all the turquoise. So much to see, so much to do. And then this one is that kind of torn edge of a notebook with places and people. Is that helpful? So that is my thought process on doing this 10 plus series, is that for my layout lovers, they will love those kits. And excuse me, and like I told you, tons of embellishments so we can layer and do all the things. And what I'm doing is, if there's a collection I really love and speaks to me, and was gonna get it to just kind of add to my own personal scrapbook, why not turn it into, for a bunch of you want to join me and make with me, you can. Now, with that being said, what would be fun is, say there's a collection out there that you would love me to do a kit around, let me know, right? Let me know if you're like, I'd love to see Doodlebug, or I'd love to see this in a class, for a layout class, let me know. Because then if there's enough interest, because here's a whole thing, let's say it's one that you guys want, but I just know it won't sell to my crowd. I'm going to put those separately, but I will clip it together, right? Like this, just so I know. And this one is number 23. Okay, number 23. Well, you guys loved when I did the Doodlebug one that was all like craft based. Okay, tags. Let's cut your tags apart. And that again is, still keep these. I use these, right? In the album, like I would use them as like 6-inch or 5 3/4 inch strips. So don't throw your barcodes out, even though it has the perforation hole or the little circle in the middle. And there we go. Well, prior to having my own collection, I taught these same classes, but using just product I loved. So doing those 10 plus layout classes is just another version of that, right? So I love it. Yeah, if like basic gray was still out there, I would totally do like a basic gray class, or but for sure, I have a love for Simple Stories forever. I love that the product lines, and I love that company. They are my friends. So I love that we can do the Simple Stories classes, is a favorite. But you know, like I said, it has to speak to me, because it's really hard sometimes. And anyone who does it, like Natalie, anybody out there who works on design teams, it can be a little tricky sometimes designing with some collections that you're like, oh my goodness, I would never work with this if I didn't have to do it as my job. Not because it's not pretty, but it just doesn't, it's hard. Some collections are really, really hard to work with. They're really hard because you'll love it online. You'll look at it and go, oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. I love it. You get it, and the patterns are really hard to layer. You know what I mean? Some collections, I'm like, I so wish I could have art directed a little, because if they would have just made the scale smaller, done a tone on tone, do a cut apart, this collection would be like, it would freaking sell out. So I wish sometimes, right? Because what ends up happening, a lot of times collections are designed by people who are amazing graphic artists, but if they do not use the product, it's really hard to figure out that it doesn't translate as well in tactile real product as much as it does as a design online, right? Like as a graphic. I have such a hard time with collections that are not designed by crafters. It's pretty but not usable sometimes, right? Or you have to mix them with other things, right? Who's having a frappuccino? Where was that? Is back with your frap. I love that, Natalie, but here's the whole thing. I would love that. But my problem is no one would know my Starbucks order, and I order it from my phone. So Vicky's not having any of those kind of treats because no one would have a clue because I customize everything. Because when you look at it, and the Frappuccino or what some of those, right, I'll have like 7 or 5 shots of the sweetener. I'm like, can I have it with no sweetener or just one pump? So nobody ever wants to order for me. It's no fun, right? No fun. But I have to tell you, Pamela, that berries set, when we do this Simple Stories class, I put the berry basics are in there, the vintage berry, and I put a couple of the pages, like one that has the rooster on it, and they're floral. I added all of those to that kit. So I actually, if you guys order the Simple Stories kit, there are 3 different collections mixed in that kit, and I love it. I love it. So again, I'm going to show a back piece, right? So I know this is number 24. And we'll put it in here. How are we doing so far? So that was a good warm up, right? And if you're new, who's out there? Hands up that if you're new here, this is your first class. If you're new, now you kind of got a feel for the speed that we're going to. You kind of are hearing the Vicky speak, like kind of having to share my brain. Scary place, but right, share my brain. I love it, Diana. Are you doing okay so far? I hope you're doing okay so far. Love it. Oh my goodness, look at all my new best friends. So you either are loving it or I irritate you. I apologize. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me if you find me really irritating or my voice is grating. You don't really ever have to share that with anybody on the interwebs. For one of those, if you really aren't enjoying it, it's okay. You experienced it and just don't buy the kit or do it again, right? But I always laugh. I'm like keyboard warriors, right? Like people who will get out there and will say, your nose is funny. I can't watch your videos. Why would you ever say anything like that to a human being? So if you aren't enjoying it, it's good, right? I'm old and senile, so every day is new to me. Patty can never get rid of me. Patty is one of my BFFs. So I'm happy she's here. I absolutely adore that human being. So we are keeping up really good. I love everything about listening to you, Vicki. I can't wait to meet you in person. I love that. Thank you. Like Tim says, if you don't have something nice to say, find something nice to say. 100%. My guru. I agree with him 100%. Because he's had some really rotten stuff go on, and I'm like, I don't understand it. That guy brings out product that I freaking love. We need to do a whole Tim Holtz class. I would like to do an altered project, and I want to know if people would be on board for that. Actually, get ready for it, because it's all sitting out in my storage area ready to post on my shop. But I would love, I'd love to do a mini book, some kind of flip book, using all of the, so we could make it really thick, funk it right out. So that will be coming too. Love that, right? So there'll be lots of mixed media and all the fun in it. Okay, I feel like everybody should be you've arranged your bits. Let's get in now to the full-on maths, the cutting. Let's do the things. So this is going to be my cutting diagram. I need my numbers through 11 through 20. So I will have these ready. Ish. They're there. And the first paper we're going to cut in this stack is going to be Love It Here. So you understand my cutting diagrams. For the most part, the first cuts we're going to make are going to be out of the side on some papers. Are there any on here? This one on the top. Because you can't cut that first because it doesn't run right through the page. So your first cuts are going to be the cut that runs right through, 12-inch cuts for the most part. So if you're looking at this and going, that is gobbledygook, I do not understand it at all, you need to make your first cuts before you can get into interior cuts. So when we cut this paper, we're going to cut only cut once. Well, and the barcode, so twice. Any line that you see that is dashed represents scoring. So this paper we are going to cut into 2 6x12s, cut the barcode off, and then we're going to score and fold it. Okay? And then you'll see on this paper, we are going to cut like a 4-inch and an 8-inch and then cut the interior cuts. So you need to look at it and kind of go, okay, there's only one way any of this could happen. There really is only one way any of this could happen. So anything that you see, that will be a full cut. Do you need to even look at this once today? No. You're going to do it with me. Okay, so there's questions. Let me look so before we get started. Doo-doo. What am I missing? See you later, Laura. Here we go. Told the hubs last night I really need to go on a cruise. Yes, we have a lot of fun. I have not done a thing. I will be on the ship with Vicky Booten. Yes, you have to do the prep first before, although you could do all this cutting. If you're here right now, Kim, you can do the cutting I'm doing, and then at least this portion is done. You just won't be able to do the flip, the clip, flip, and sip. Okay. Did I miss anything? Any questions that are pressing? I think that's it, right? All right. Everything's in the box. Okay, you just can sip. You don't have to cut or do anything. So when we start this paper, please trim it into a 6-inch and a 6-inch by 12-inch piece, and then I'll show you the next step. So we are going to trim. Okay, deep breath, everyone. This is fun. 6x12 and a 6x12. These are horizontal cuts. 6-inch. And a 6-inch. Okay. In your album, these are going to be those kind of zigzag flap folds. So these are full pages in this album. You just have to find them. So we are going to take it, we're going to fold it in half, and then we're going to score a 2-inch flap. That's how these are going to work, okay? So you could score in the middle. I don't. I fold it because I find that I am better at manually folding some of these things sometimes than scoring and it being a perfect half, if that makes sense. So this will be number 11 when we're done. I haven't put the number on because we're not done yet, okay? So I'm going to take this and I'm going to fold it in half. Okay, so there's one side. And then this is going to be folded in half so it opens like the second page. The fold part doesn't matter so much, but where you flap your 2-inch flap will matter. I don't even know if it matters on this paper. I think it's a very forgiving pattern. Okay, so we are into the paper stack we organized right at the beginning. We organized our paper stack. So when you look at your cutting diagram, the first one is love it here, hearts and shapes. Love it here. This is what we're doing. We're going to work across here, then back down and across. That's the order. Do you have to look at this at all? Not really. Just do what I'm telling you now. It literally is like that. Just do exactly what I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you right now. Listen to me like I'm talking to you. If you need this, take a deep breath. You know you better than anybody else does. And for some of you, this is going to be incredibly stressful. What I'm going to say to you now is try really hard to let that go because I have taught probably, I don't know, 50 of these albums, like a version of this album. I have worked this out to being, I think, one of the easiest taught classes to follow along. And you'll have lots. They keep showing up, right? So I must be doing something right. So what I'm going to say to you right now is don't look at all of this. We're focusing on one thing right now, and it's going to be Love It Here. We've cut it into 2 6x12 pieces that now I've folded in half. Okay? They've been folded in half, which make them 6x6 squares. In the album, there are going to be 2 pages in the book, right? So once you fold them, put them in front of you like this and know that I have to score 2 inches on one side and a 2-inch flap on the other side. So hold that in your hand right now. Hold that, because I need to flap that side. And I'm going to put it on my paper trimmer, and I like to score into my fold, so I'm going to score on the heart side. I'm holding it. I know this is a side that's going to flap. And I'm going to measure 2 inches, and I'm going to lightly put a scored line on here. Close it and fold my flap back. So now we have a zigzag flap. So this will be, when we're in the album, this will be the page on the right side. Perforate, or the punched holes will go there, and this side will go on the other side. So again, holding this in my hand, because I'm going to score 2 inches. So it's a 2 by 6 inch flap. So do you see what I'm saying with written directions? I would never even get those out unless you just want to find what sticker goes on a page. I find watching me do this and doing it from your cutting diagram is a million times easier. I'm not going to lie, there could be errors in my cutting, in my written instructions. So if you find it, let me know, and then I'll fix it. Oh my gosh. Don't we love Sidecar?
Hope it's right.
I'll tell you. It's perfect. You're the best, honey. I know everybody's obsessed with this paper. The stripe is why you love it too, is the texture of it, right? This kind of like little dotted background. Love it. So guess what? That's our first piece done. It is number 11. I'm going to close it just like it'll go in my album. So they're going to kiss like this. So I have a folded side on the outside and the open side on the other. And I'm going to clip that to number 11. Sidecar for the win, I'm telling ya. So number 11, done. Like dinner. What do? I clip it with my barcode. Like that. I'll have to tell you something too. I use these because I've run out of bigger ones, but when you're buying your paper clips, you need to get the larger ones. I'm just telling you, they're way easier and they don't wreck your paper as much. Okay, there we go, number 11. So I'll put this somewhere, I won't throw it on the floor. There we go. We're moving now on to number 12, which is one way. It's the ticket and peach grid. Kim asked a question, how do you get the numbers so they print properly? The PDF is set up perfectly. What you need to play around with are your printer settings. Because if the majority of the people, I'm not going to say everybody because not necessarily everybody, what I find is look when you open your printer up, first see what scale it's set at, right? Because if it is set at 92% that it's going to print at, it's all going to be smaller than what the PDF is. So you want it to print at 100%. I would say that is the best, or fit to page, like Dandy said. You can do 2 other things. Fit to page, you have to click, or make sure your percentage, depending on how your printer's set up, right? That is how you do it. I go to the dollar store and get the other type. Oh, yeah, different. So you're asking a different question, okay? There we go. So tickets is going to be our paper. So look at this, looks confusing when you look at this one, right? you can't cut, looks weird. You need to cut a 4 by 12 from the bottom of the page and an 8 by 12, and then I'll direct you. So don't look at anything else. These are the 2 pieces you need to get first, okay? So with that being said, deep breath, put your trimmer in your paper. When I say bottom of the page, it's opposite the barcode. I never, ever, ever cut a barcode off before my cutting's done, unless I need to cut this way first. So one of the things, I will sit in a class when we did more in person, and the first thing people would do is go and cut all their barcodes off, and I'm like, don't do it. Because one, how are you going to know what one-way ticket is if there weren't tickets on here? So we never cut our barcodes off until the last step, okay? It controls how we cut the paper, and it also helps us identify the papers. So the first thing that we are going to do is trim from the bottom of one-way ticket, which is open stock, is a 4 by 12. A 4 by 12, and that leaves us with an 8 by 12. Okay? 4 by 12. Now cut your barcode off, because I probably scared you. You're like, am I allowed to cut it off? Yes, you are. Well, really, at the end of the day, you can do whatever makes you happy. I just share tips that I think make it all easier. Okay, so I am going to keep this, and I will get number 12 and start my clip. So from your 4 by 12, now when you look at it, we're going to turn it so we're cutting out of the 12-inch length of the paper, right? And you're going to cut a 4 by 4-inch square. So don't overthink the numbers. Look what I'm doing. 12 inches, put it on your trimmer, find 4 inches. I don't care what end it's out of, okay? And trim a 4 by 4. That's going to be a pretty little mat. It's done. It will go right into my cut pile. You have this piece remaining that when you look on the cut diagram says an 8 by 4. We're going to cut those 2 strips out of it. Okay? So we're going to cut out of the 8-inch length. So when it goes on my trimmer, I'm cutting through the longest part of this. And I need a 2 1/4 inch piece. So again, it will be a 2 1/4. So slightly larger than 2 by 8. Are we okay with that? 2 1/4 by 8. Don't overthink it. Find 2 1/4, put it on there, and if it's ish is fine. So now we have a 2 1/4 and a 1 3/4. Ish is fine. Okay? How we doing, friends? And they go in my cut pile. So does that start to make sense now? Right? And I try to write it exactly like I cut it. So if you notice, if you're reading the written directions, please let me know. There's probably mistakes in there. Always refer to this. Always refer to this. So your next piece is going to be this 8 by 12. We're only going to make 2 cuts out of it. A 9 1/2 and a 2 1/2. And then the rest is scored. Okay? So I'm going to put this on my trimmer, and I'm going to cut out of the the 12-inch length. 12-inch length. This is 12 by 8 right now. And I'm going to trim a 9 1/2 inch piece. 9 1/2. And that leaves me the little 2 1/2. For right now, just put this in your cut pile. We're not going to score and do the things until we build this page. Okay, this is a piece I believe all the butterflies go on. We'll just leave this for now in our cut pile. So what Deb is saying, terrific, Vicky. It's so much easier than my first time. So that is a great little tip. So what Deb is saying, the first time she was stressed. And I'll tell you why most people are stressed. Because they fight their inner dialogue to try to figure out each cut like you created the cut. So when you go where it's like I have no clue where we're going, I just have to put all my trust in what Vicky's saying and just go with it, it gets easier. Really hard to do the first time. So if you found the first time that you were a little stressed, don't quit. Get another kit and you will find the second time you do this is easier. By the time you get to your third and fourth, man, you could do it with your eyes closed. So this paper is going to be a scored flap. So to let you see what that looks like, I want to give you a visual. Because I find for some of your brains, if it's like mine, it's much easier to figure out what's going on if I show you what the finished looks like. So here it is. So this piece is going to be the scored bit, this flap, right? It's this piece here. So we are going to score a 4-inch flap on the left side of the page. Okay, so let me try not to destroy the album, open it and flipping it around like crazy. Doo-doo. There we go. Okay, so now take your piece and we're going to score a 4-inch flap like this. So out of the 9.5-inch length, we are going to score a 4-inch-ish. Oop, I almost cut it. That almost just happened. I would have had to show you how to use the washi tape. Flap. There we go. And done. In your cut pile for number 12. We're done our number 12 pieces. You're doing great. You're doing great. Next paper is number 13. It's icons and teal flowers. So even if you came late and you didn't organize all your papers, you're going to grab out of your paper pad, icon and teal flowers. I love this paper. This paper was meant to be colored in. So if you bought some in open stock, how fun would this be to watercolor, to use your Copics, to use pencil crayons, to color your distress inks, that you could just add some simple color to some of these. I think could be really, really fun. The score is 4 inches from the left side of the page, folded so the tickets are in the inside. Okay. So icons paper is one of those ones that it really matters how we cut this so they're not upside down, right? If you cut them differently than I do, your page might have all the icons sideways. So this is muy importante. Cut your barcode off the top. The first cuts we're going to be making is turning it, and we're going to make cuts vertically. That's vertical, Vicky. So cut your barcode off. And then I'm going to put that with number 13. And we're going to turn the paper so you're cutting right through the sideways icons. Okay, so you're going to, however you're holding your trimmer, if you're holding it like this, you're going to be cutting through vertically. I cut like this because it's just easier for me to keep the paper straight when I'm on camera. So we are going to trim first a 5 by 12. First cut, look twice, cut once. Make sure when you're cutting through all the icons, not across them. Okay? So first cut is a 5 by 12. A 1 inch-ish by 12, and that leaves you with a 6 by 12. So my pieces were 5, 1, and 6. This is going to be scored. We're not cutting through the 6-inch. We're not doing anything with this piece right now. We are cutting some little folders out of this. So the only other piece we're going to cut is out of your 5. So confirm that it is a 5 by 12. And we're going to cut out of this 3 by 5-inch pieces. So you're going to cut 4 3-inch pieces. So go ahead, put that in your trimmer. And I kind of ish them a little bit because I find this isn't perfectly square. So 3 by 5, 3 by 5, and 3 by 5. Let's see how even my little things are. See, this one is a little short, but whatever. You can cut them all down to match, which I will because that would bother me. Because it comes out of the paper pad. I find the paper is not completely square, so I will just make them a little smaller to make sure it all works. Okay. Now we're going to take these 3 by 5s and you're going to fold them all in half. They are going to be little file folders in the album. So take it and fold them in half. And now you can see how straight your cuts were, right? So take each one and fold it in half. Very good. So if you weren't here for the card class yesterday, oh my goodness, it's so fun. You will want to revisit that when you have time, because even if you don't make the cards, you could do the stamping techniques for layerable elements for your layouts or for your bonus mini book if you end up splitting the album into 2. And I also talked about, if you had seen that I had mentioned that I'd be teaching in Texas with my friend Paige Evans, and that registration is going to open up on Monday at 8 a.m. Central Time. So I wanted you to be aware, because I have not had time to post about it, only on Instagram, that that will open up if it was something you were thinking about doing with your friends, okay? Clip my 4 little side things, okay? So remember, this is just going in the cut pile. We're not using that right now. I'll put flower side up. And then you have this piece, which is going to go in the album as a top flap. So it would matter how this flaps, right? If I flapped it like this, my icons would be upside down. So it will go in your album flapped like this. So we are going to score at the top, and it does matter, otherwise your stuff will be upside down. So where vacation mode is, please score 3.5 inches from the top. 3.5 by 6. So I will do that for me, like that, 3.5 inches, so I can measure it. It is scored, not cut. It is going to go in a pocket page, I believe. I think this is where this one goes, with a top flap, like that. And I'll tell you, it does go in a pocket page, because if it didn't, how would we put our perforations or our holes in it to fit in the album, right? So that will be a top flap. So it does matter. There's detail, attention to detail for some of this stuff, right? Because if we didn't score it like that, your stuff will be upside down. We are done number 13. Any questions? Let me know. How is the pace going? I hope that you guys are, I'm trying to go, because I would cut way faster on my own, right? So I'm trying. Yeah, 3.5. 3.5. Because, here's the other thing to keep in mind, if it has to fit, right? 8.5 is the tallest the pages would be to fit in the album. 8.5. Okay, have a little drink. You're doing great. Hi, Dion. The next paper is going to be Lemons, Blue Chevron. We're going to be doing some punching. And then most of it's mats. So I often, like for this one, I'm going to cut out of the blue side. I find it's just easier to see it. I'm going to cut out of the blue side for this. Your preference. What are we going to do first? We're going to cut 3 12-inch strips. It will be a 5-inch by 12, a 3-inch, and a 4-inch. So that's all you have to concentrate on first, and I'm going to tell you the numbers again. Thanks, Don. I love you too, friend. So we're going to cut 3 12-inch strips horizontally. So put your paper in your trimmer, and please cut a 5-inch piece, 5 by 12. 3 by 12. Okay, so the first one was a 5 by 12, and then this one is a 3 by 12. And then finally a 4-ish by 12. Because right out of the paper pad, they're not exactly square. Like Tim says, don't freak your freak. It's okay, ish is fine. Okay? Right? I love it. It looks like fabric. I request these kind of textures because I'm like, we could just do a solid blue, but what if we do a blue that has like a little bit of distressing? And so it's with intention, right, Elise? Well, everything is with intention. And I think attention to detail is super important. Love it. So everybody okay with that? It was a 5, a 3, and a 4 by 12. And then I stacked them so my smallest is on top. I don't need to get a ruler out. I know exactly what size each one is. So take your biggest, your 5 by 12, turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And we're going to cut 2 mats. We're going to cut a 5 by 5 square, and that leaves us with a 7. So out of my 5 by 12, I am going to trim a 5-inch square. Put that in my cut pile. And then this leaves you with a 7 by 5. If you want to right now, you could totally go now and round your corners, or you can do it when we build the page. But I always find that gives everybody a little break to catch up to if you are finding that. Because no judgment. If you find this a little fast, for some of you it will. And here's going to be what Vicky's words of advice are. Cut at the pace that makes you comfortable. So if you have to pause your video and it takes you a little while, because some of us, right, might have hearing issues, might have dexterity issues, might have some like little bit of delay with the understanding the instructions. There's nothing wrong with any of it. This again is a community that accepts all levels and speeds of crafters. So what is magic with this is press the pause button and work at your own pace. Work at your own pace. Okay, put that in there. Done and done. So now this is super easy. Grab your 3 by 12, and you are going to trim 3 4-inch mats out of it. Yeah, you might have to fold laundry in between, right? Because you're going on vacation. So now trim out of the 3 by 12 4-inch mats. Do you know what did you guys see what I just did? Don't do what Vicky did. So let me grab it. I cut out of the wrong piece. So I'll quickly cut another one. This would be my 3 by 12. Pay attention, Vicky. But I have paper right here. I'll grab another blue sheet. Don't you love, look at, that knocks me down a peg or two, right? Yeah, you're not so smart, Lady Jane. So let me grab a piece because I made a boo-boo. Did I make a boo-boo? Yes, I did. I did make a boo-boo. Okay, Vicky. Do you have that paper? That's Christmas, so that won't help me. Where is your paper for this collection? Give me a sec, friends, because I do have to fix my boo-boo. This is a perfect opportunity if you would like a quick bathroom break. Because Vicky has to find, there it is, my paper. So let's see if we can find that paper in this, because, there's one. Because I do not have any more. Do you know I don't have any 6 by 8 pads, 12 by 12 pads. All the 12 by 12 pads are completely sold out at American Crafts. So I have to use open stock. And I need to trim my 4-inch piece again. Now here's the thing, you'll notice a difference. Look at that. Paper pad, open stock. Isn't that crazy? But it is just easier for me kitting the kits to just do paper pads. We just can't do it physically. I put so much paper in here, right? So what I just did, so if you're taking your bathroom break, I'm just going to talk to you for a second. The mistake I made is I grabbed my 4 by 12. That was wrong. So the 4-inch mats were out of your 3 by 4. I said the right number, I just grabbed the wrong piece. So no one should have made an error with that, only Vicky, right? Only Vicky. Right? I told everyone grab your 3 by 12, but I grabbed the wrong one. Okay? So no one should have made that error because I said the right numbers, I just did the wrong thing. Unless you weren't listening to me, you were looking at the picture, but I don't even know how you would know, right? But anyway, no panic. When we get to that piece, they're going to be mats in a pocket. So if you're like, I really wish I wouldn't have messed up, just use a piece of cardstock. It will totally be all right, okay? So everyone should still have their 4 by 12 left. And I am going to cut that now. Okay, I think you're yelling at me, Denise, in caps. It's okay. The only thing it's going to affect is I cut a 4-inch piece. You will be able to fix everything that I just did incorrectly with, here, I'll show you. So if you did this with me, right? Say you just cut this, because that's all I explained. I only did one cut before I realized it's wrong. Cut your 3-inch piece out of here. No, you're fine. You'll still be fine. All we're going to use with the remaining strip right here, this is all leftover. We're not even using that. We're just cutting a border. Okay? I'm teasing you, Denise, because you're in caps. So I'm like, are you cap yelling at me? Who out there cut what I cut? Who out there cut what I cut? Because I can fix this while you're on your bathroom. This mistake can be fixed, so it's not a panic. No one needs to panic yet, okay? So I'm going to show you, for anybody else that didn't cut my error, I'm going to show you. For anyone who used the exact same piece I did, I'll show you how to get what you need out of that cut, okay? So everyone who didn't cut the mistake I did, you have a 4-inch piece left. All you're going to do for that is cut a 3-inch mat, right? A 3-inch mat, and then we're going to punch a border along this edge, okay? For anyone who cut the error like I did, right, you will still have that 3-inch strip. Where did I put it? No panic right now. All of this can be fixed, right? So everyone will still have this, right? I'm trying to figure out, because all the math is going to work. It's just taking me a second here. So what did Vicky cut out of here? So everyone would have cut their 4-inch mats out of there, and they would still have this left, right? Yes. So you would still have your 3-inch strip left, right? So you still can cut, if you have your 3-inch, you still can cut a 3x4 and then your border out of the remaining, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You still can get all the pieces. I just don't want to confuse everybody right now. But what Vicky did was this. I cut this, right? This is what I cut. As a 4-inch piece. So everyone should still have this left. So what you would be cutting out of that, cut your 3x4s. Okay, cut your 3x4s still out of this piece. So if you made the mistake I did, you still have a 3x12 left, cut your 4-inch mats out of that, put them in your cut pile. You're fine. If you cut this now how I did, cut this piece down to a 3x4, and then you can get your borders out of here. It's fine. It will all work out just fine because we aren't using all that paper. So I'm going to go back to assuming that we didn't make an error, and now I've got everybody kerfuffled. So I'll put my 3x4 in my cut pile. I'm going to put the matching one in here. Don't do this. Okay, don't do this. And now I need to trim my border with my border punch. Can I ask right now, is anybody super confused? Or are we okay? Are we okay to just move on? Like I said, if you made the error that I did, what you're going to do differently is you would just have to punch 2 borders to get your pieces, okay? Just punch 2 borders to get your pieces. Yeah, you can cut both, right? That's the only thing that, if you made the error I did, the only thing is you won't be able to get this as one piece. You would just have to punch 2 rows. So it's no big deal. Good. I just want to make sure. I don't want people to be like, what the heck is going on with this crazy lady? Sorry for that, friends. I'm trying to read comments and look. I will put my hyper focus on, because then I get thrown off, and then I don't want to direct you incorrectly, and then you want to punch me in the throat. So if you cut this piece and it's a little short, just punch 2 borders and you'll get what you need. If you didn't do what I did, just go ahead and punch a border with me. So my trick is to, right, what you have left here is a 9-inch piece. So I like to try to punch my border so it will finish on both ends. Does it really matter with this piece? Not so much. But if you want to do that, you can. So ish it. And along the 9-inch length, you're going to punch a border. You know what, Aggie? I make mistakes all the time. My biggest thing is I'm okay with making the mistakes. I just don't want to freak people out. So I've worked at all this time to build your trust, and as soon as I make a mistake, I have to start all over again. Does that make sense? Because it's like now I was relaxed, we were flowing along. She made a mistake. Now I'm frazzled. So I don't want you to feel like that. I can find a solution with everything. Right? If I could still find these Fiskars ones, I would put them in my shop because I love it. I know a lot of people have found it on Amazon because they don't make it anymore. And I don't know why, but they don't. There are versions that I have, like something my craft or something. I bought those ones. I've bought the EK Success ones that it's a little bit different, and I have the American Crafts ones. So finding a good border punch is magic, right? So what was the question here? Cut a 3x4, then out of the remaining 9x12, punch 2 borders. Like, oh yes, if you're like, what is she doing? This is what we're doing. So out of the 4x12, we trimmed 1 3x4, and now we're punching that border. The rest is leftover. And we'll take a deep breath and start on that one, okay? Because I know for some of you are like, what the heck is going on? Once you punch your border, go ahead and trim about 1.5 inch piece. Ish is fine because you might have lost some of it. So I'm going to punch or cut out a 1.5 strip. Like that. Okay? This is leftover. Or some version of that. Are we good? Sorry about that, friends, because I know for some of you, and for anybody who made the boo-boo with me, we would just take what's remaining and do the same. Right? So if you cut my boo-boo, because like Denise said, she's just watching exactly what I'm doing, just do 2 of these and you'll be fine. And it does not have to be 1.5 inches, right? Ish is fine. But you could just go in and do the same from both sides and then cut what you need. So hear what I'm saying. You've done this already. This is just showing for anybody who cut. Because Vicky's just trying to make sure you're all awake. So the best way to do it is to make a mistake, right? You can do that. And then you could trim, and then you'll get exactly what you need, okay? And the only reason I'm doing that is because someone has purchased this kit. I don't want them to have 2 different colors of blue. So that's why I'm still fixing it. So they don't have 2 different colors of blue. And then I'll just cut that in half-ish, and it will work just fine. There. You don't have to cut these into the 2 pieces you need until it's time to actually use them. There we go. Did anybody need the bathroom break? Did they take it? Or are they like, you told me bathroom break, but you kept working? Do you need one? How are we doing? I'm okay. So sorry if that stressed you out. Let's get back on track. Deep breath. The next paper is the ledger map. This is another one of those ones that matter. That number was 14. 14. Right? Number 14. The next one is ledger map. It's number 15. Where did I put my numbers? There. You're just next. This one is going to be number 15. My numbers are not in any kind of order. There, 15. When we go to cut this, we're going to trim an 8 by 12 out of the bottom of the page. An 8 by 12 out of the bottom. Okay? So an 8 by 12. These are going to end up being 2 pages in the album. From your 8 by 12, turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length, and you're going to trim a 5-inch piece. So not in the end that has the circles, on the end that has the numbers. Trim a 5 by 8-inch piece. I did not write the French on this. It is probably a design like how you can buy like a design library. No one wrote the French on this at American Crafts, I can guarantee. So if they're swearing or saying something inappropriate, I apologize. And I can't read French, so I don't know. Right? I don't know. But no, I don't know what it even says. Is that like friend? I don't know. Is that 4? 4 something 2? I don't know what it says, so not sure. So when you cut those, now you have a 5 by 8 and the 7 by 8. They're going to be a page in your album like this, so just clip them together and put in your stack. I always worry, right, when we put French stuff on there. I'm like, I hope that's not offensive, because it could happen. Okay, so you have this remaining strip, which is 4-ish. There's no cuts on this. It's going to be scored like this. So go ahead and just trim the top off. It, like mine is not 4. It's slightly smaller, but it's fine. Sorry, my head is in there. You get to see my new freshly dyed hair color. This piece is going to be scored 3 inches on each end so that it folds into the middle like this, right? It'll be 3-inch scores and it'll fold in the middle like this. So go ahead and score 3 inches off one end and 3 inches off the other. Score, not cut, okay? 3 inches off the left end and 3 inches off the right end. 3 inches and 3 inches. And then they're going to fold in. So before I commit, I just want to make sure it all lines up to the middle, like that. This is going to be a pocket in the album with 2 side flaps. Does that make sense? Oh, good to know. Good to know, Diane. There we go. So having a lot of Canadian friends here, we have a big contingent of French-speaking Canadians, which I love. When we go to Moncton, and for my friends from Quebec, from New Brunswick, and then they could be anywhere in Canada and be French-speaking. But I am Vicky Boutin, but I was Vicky Smith. I do not speak the French, so sorry if there's swears on there. I don't know. Okay, put that in your cut pile, and we're done number 15. I'm trying, right? I put arrows in there to help so you would know like that is your score. Because I try to make it really easy with the score lines, that I don't do like 3, 9 inches, that kind of thing. Because not everyone has a score pal, so I just try to make the scores as easy as possible. So the next paper we're going to cut is going to be the Teal Map Starburst. exactly what Natalie said. If you had an issue with any of the cutting, I would put it aside and stick with, like, if right now if you fell behind on the map, pick this one up and start with me, because it will be like your lead to demise. You will get so stressed out. So when we have our lunch break, I can always come back and you can say, Vicky, can you go back to number 12 and help me with that cut? And I will 100% give you my undivided attention. But if you find any cuts, like somebody distracted you, you didn't cut it right, or you just made a little bit of a boo-boo, set it aside, take a deep breath, move on to the next one, and just make a note for yourself. Like, put it out of your stack and just go, Vicky, because I just go wolf down a little bit of food and then I sit here and just chat with you guys for 10 minutes before we roll into the next round, okay? So if you're new here, that would be another golden nugget of information, is if you're struggling with a cut, set it aside, because it's really easy to get flustered and then feel like you're falling behind, okay? So from this teal paper, we're going to trim a little strip out of the bottom, 3.5. 3.5 by 12. 3.5. That leaves me with a 3.5 and an 8.5. So let's do our 3.5-inch piece first. So we take it, we turn it, so we're cutting out of the 12-inch length, and please trim a 5-inch piece. 5-inch piece. Okay? That will give us a 5 and a 7 by 3.5. 5 and 7, they can go in your cut pile with the number 16. My numbers are messed up now. There it is. So go ahead and trim your barcode off the top, or the tear strip. And this will give you an 8.5-ish, depending on how. Some of you guys have really nice square papers out of the paper pad, and some are like me and it's slightly off, but it totally works. So now you're going to take this 8.5 by 12 and you're going to turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And please trim a 7-inch piece. 7-inch piece. So this will be a full page in the album. That will be 7 by 8.5. Okay, that can go in your cut pile. So the piece you have remaining now is a 5 by 8.5. We're going to be cutting out of the length, the tall piece. So the 8.5-inch length. And we're going to cut a 4-inch piece. And that gives us a 4. And a 4.5. I'm very concerned. Was that supposed to be a score? If it is, we'll just washi it. But I don't know why I made specifics on that. No, I think we're good. We're good. Okay, that's it. So those go in your cut pile. Everybody clear with that one? Put your barcode on, your tear strip. I was trying to figure out, like, why did I put an arrow? That is like usually when I have a score. But it's because, like, when we're cutting out of the side, it's just to show what the pieces were. Okay? So we're going to now move on to our sheet of cardstock, Capri C. Capri C. And when you look at this, right, there's lots of cuts going on here. It's because it is a They're mats and borders. Okay, so don't even look at this. It might freak you out a little bit. I will guide you through it. Okay, I will guide you through it. So what you're going to trim is a 7-inch and a 5-inch piece. The directions say to score. The directions say it's a score. It's okay. When we get there, if it is, we'll washi tape it. All right, Margaret? If I made an error on my cutting diagram, we will washi tape it. Don't worry about it right now. It could be because I was making a correction. And if we did, we'll just use a piece of washi tape. So we'll just move on when we get to that page. We'll figure it out there, and that'll be a great opportunity to show you how to fix a boo-boo. But we won't stress about it right now, okay? So take your caprese and please trim a 7-inch and a 5 by 12-inch strip, okay? 7-inch and a 5-inch strip. I will look at that one. Do. Just let's look, because I know some of you might be out here going, come on, Vicky, what is wrong with you? I thought you were good at this, right? I don't want to stress you out. But there's a plus. If I made a mistake and I made all of you make the mistake, I also will fix the mistake. Oh, it is. But guess what? It's a pocket. So that was a flap. It won't be a biggie, because we will score it and just make it like 2 pieces. So we're good. Okay? We're good. But I will make a correction for anybody moving forward. Here. But I'll show you how we'll fix it. That is actually, this is an easy fix, right? We'll just make it like it was 2 pieces. We don't even have to. We'll do a score and flap it. Okay? No biggie. I just wanted to see, so when we get there, now I know which piece we'll be looking for, okay? I thought that was weird, because as I was looking, I'm going, I normally wouldn't write on there like that. That would represent a score line. But will work out just fine. Okay. Please take your 7 by 12 and turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. You know what's funny too, what makes it really is I am a massive perfectionist when I'm doing my own work. So those kind of things, like I'm sitting here going, oh, it's not a big deal. And then I get mad at myself. I'm mad at me. Because like, look at, you just led everybody into impending death. So I'm like, oh, it's no big deal. But in the back of my head, I'm like, you dummy, why did you make that mistake? So out of your 12-inch length, the first piece you're going to cut is 3 1/4. 3 1/4. So slightly larger than 3 inches, okay? 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/4 by 7. So when you're looking at this, right, and you can confer with me on your cutting diagram, these are the next cuts we're going to make, a 3 3/4 by 7 and a 3 by 7, okay? So mine is still on my trimmer. You are going to now, out of the 7-inch, please trim a 3 3/4. 3 3/4. A 3-inch piece. So just follow along, friends. Do not overthink the cut. Just do what I'm doing, okay? A 3-inch piece, right? So this is what we've cut so far out of the 12 inches. is a 3 3/4 by 7, which is done. Oh, pardon me, a 3 1/4 by 7, 3 3/4, a 3-inch piece, and I didn't put a measurement on this. So you know what we'll do? I'll tell you. Don't do anything with this just yet. So take your 3 1/4 by 7, 3 1/4 by 7, and put your number 17 on it, and that's your first piece in your cut pile. What is the question? Can you show me where we use this cardstock? I use Stash. I want to make sure it matches. Just whatever matches this collection that's close enough to this color. Right? Whatever is close enough to this color. I wouldn't even worry about that. And guess what? Later, they're all mats, pocket inserts. You can switch them later. I would not overthink it. Look how many mats. We use them in a lot of different spots. So just grab a color you like. It does not have to be exactly the same. So now your 2 mats here, your 3 3/4 and the 3-inch are both going to be cut into 3 1/2. Okay. So see, 7 inches by 3 inches and 7 inches by 3 3/4 are both going to be cut into 3 1/2 mats. Okay. So you can cut them separately or stack, whatever you want to do, to 3 1/2-inch mats. Okay. So you'll have 2 3 by 3 1/2, and you'll have 2 3 3/4 by 3 1/2. So they can go in your cut pile with your 3 1/4 by 7. From that remaining strip, we're going to punch a border, cut it out, and then whatever's left over is the little piece we need. Okay? So I just find it's easier to take a bigger piece and punch. So you are going to punch a 7-inch border along the remaining almost 2 inches, whatever you have left. Depends how perfect your cuts were. So go ahead and trim a border. This is that flap, right, that we used. And it is 1 inch. So what I'm going to do is from the piece you just cut now, right? You have the 7-inch with a scallop border on the side. I'm going to trim a 1-inch piece ish, depending how thick, right? Because mine is slightly smaller than 2. So I have a really thin little border and then a thicker strip. Okay. So this is, I cut this because mine wasn't perfectly 2 inches. I cut this slightly narrower than 1 inch, and just so I have enough space to glue that border on. And those can go in your cut pile. Are we doing okay, friends? Because I bet you that one is like tricky. The basil cardstock is tough to cut with your 90s deco scallop scissors. I know, right? It tears it up a little bit. Elise, to sharpen your deco scissors, cut them through tin foil. Cut tin foil, and that should sharpen the edges up a little bit on your deco scissors. But I love that. That is awesome. So we have this 5 by 12 remaining. Question, what size to cut the border down to? So Yessie, you know how we made the scallop and it was out of kind of the 2 inch by 7? I trimmed, this is the more important piece. So after I scallop my border, This I trimmed first, and it's about an inch by 7. But if it means you're going to be cutting most of this off, then make it a little narrower, like 3/4 or slightly bigger than 3/4. Does that help? Okay. Denise, I'm not sure what you need repeated, which measurement or what thing, right? I don't know where you're at. So if you help us, Natalie will help with that. Okay, so everyone should have this 5-inch piece remaining. We are going to do pretty much the same that we just did there. But we're going to trim a 7-inch piece and a 3-inch piece. Okay, so we'll have a 7x5 and a 3x5. So turn it so you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. Okay, and please trim a 7-inch piece. Okay, 7 inches. And then a 3-inch piece. So I have a 3x5 and I have a 7x5 that can go in my cut pile. And I'm going to do pretty much the same thing we just did. I'm going to punch that little border along one edge, and then we'll cut the piece. I just think it's easier when a bigger piece to fit it in your border. Punch. I know some of you are like, why with the border punch? I just love the little decorative edge. Do you have to do these? No. You could just put a border on here, or you could use your dies, or you could use something after. For some of you, I'm sure you don't even do this because you're like, yep, don't have a border punch, don't want a border punch, not doing it. And whatever makes you happy. Okay, you could tear the edge, whatever. So I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to trim a 1-inch-ish piece. Well, this one, let's see. Let me look before we do it. Let's look. Where did Vicky use this? Because have you noticed? I use like every little scrap. So I don't even know what I did here. I don't know where we got this one. We'll figure it out later. Vicky is crazy. Okay, so where did I use it? Oh, look, right there. So we'll do this one a little thicker, okay? So we are going to trim that border piece, just little decorative edges, right? So this border piece I am going to trim at, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch. Sounds good? Okay, 3/4 of an inch. And whatever you have left there is perfect. So we are done with the caprese. Every time I say that, it makes me, what are those things called? Whatever Capri, the drink pouches. I'm going to keep this just in case. Maybe I want that. Capri Sun. So caprese, it makes me think when I was a kid and being a Canadian kid who would watch American TV, and you guys would have things that we did not have in Canada, and we didn't go over the border as like easily as we do now. So Capri Sun, I wanted freaking Capri Sun. We did not have that in Canada, and I felt like I was really missing out. And then the other thing that I wanted that you guys had in the US that we did not have, because you know, cereal on Saturday morning, like we could have sugar cereal on Saturday morning, and I wanted the freaking one that looked like little mini chocolate chip cookies. I don't even think you understand how bad I wanted Cookie Crisp, or what was it called, with the guy on it was like a cookie burglar. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? So my fellow Canadian friends, what was a thing that you would see on Saturday morning cartoons that you couldn't have? Oh, you know the other thing is a whatchamacallit. Your chocolate bar the whatchamacallit, Cookie Crisp. Oh, I wanted that cereal so bad. And so when my mother would go on a vacation or a trip or whatever, she'd bring me stuff like that back. So I wanted, Fruity Pebbles, or the ones with the, back in the day, Count Chocula and all that. We didn't have that. So yeah, I wanted Cookie Crisp, right? Because I forget what the song was for it, but the guy in the commercial was a little thief who would steal the cookies, Twinkies. You always wanted those, but didn't we have them, Sarah? We didn't. No, I guess we didn't. Right? Didn't Hostess make Twinkies? It's just your color on your monitor, Diana. Capri Sea is totally sea green. So is mine. This is sea green here too. The other one has dots on it and it's more of a blue. But yes, this is sea green. It could just be your monitor color, right? Okay, the next paper is festive. Yeah, it could be your monitor setting. So this one is a little bit easier. It's just a bunch of mats. We are going to trim a 4x12, a 5x12, and a 3x12. A 4x12. Okay. 4. I've lost real estate on my desk here. A second. 4x12. 5x12. And a 3x12. Okay, so Vicky doesn't make that mistake again. Well, I did this and I still made a mistake, but. So we have a 3x12, a 4x12, and a 5x12. So let's grab the 3x12 and we'll cut the pieces we need out of it. So take your 3x12, put it in your trimmer. So you're cutting out of the 12-inch length. And please trim a 3x3 square. 3x3. A 5x3. And that leaves you with a 4x3. And those can all be clipped with number 18. Festive orange do not match the cutting diagram. I know my cutting diagram is correct, so I have no clue what I did, Margaret, but thank you for letting me know. I often write these instructions at in the middle of the night, so I will go and check that later. So we will make the corrections and I'll add new printables, okay? But so thank you for that. Just do what I'm telling you, okay? You're going to trim what I'm trimming because I don't know what I did. Remember, Vicky hates writing the written instructions, so I could have been distracted and then just repeated the same one. So this is correct. Always my cutting diagram is correct. This is how I do all of my cutting, is like this. So always reference the cutting diagram is always correct or close to correct because there's one, I repeated these 3 times when I drew it. This is the one that is not correct. It's 5 and 5. But that's why it's highlighted, okay? So please grab your 4-inch by 12, your 4-inch by 12, and trim an 8-inch piece. And that will give you an 8-inch and a 4-inch mat. Okay? So from the 4x12, trim an 8-inch and a 4-inch piece. So everyone should have still their 5-inch by 12-inch. We're going to cut 3 4-inch mats from this. So from the 5x12, please trim 3 4x5-inch mats. And we are done with Festive Orange. Yeah, Natalie, will you take a look on that file to see what the mistake was so I can go back and correct it later? Going back just a little, are you going to use the same border punch for all the punches? I do, Julie. I do. So that I don't have to make you guys have lots of tools. And the border punch I add in the store, the best ones that I can find. So it will be one of those things like if you're ordering ever like from VickyBooten.com, I have like a main tools section. I will put like there's things I want to add. I'll show you something as we have two more papers to cut. So I've ordered a case of these and I haven't added them yet. But when you're doing my album classes, I find the hole reinforcement is a great thing. And this one actually punches stars. So if you find some of your pages get heavy when you're doing, putting photos on them, that this is a great way to reinforce the binding holes. This will be going into my shop. So I have tons of these kind of things. It's just, again, one Vicky doing 12 million things. And that's why when I move into my new space and I can hire somebody that doesn't have to be in my home, it's going to make the whole experience better. So the biggest thing is thank you for sticking around with me, because I'm sure sometimes you're like, wow, she's a hot mess. And I have to say hot mess for a reason. It's too much for one person a lot of times to manage. So mistakes in my directions, not surprised. Because this one, with all the delays with this kit, most of this stuff I ended up doing literally the last minute because it all got here so late. And I did not want to change the date of this class, so I'm not surprised. I couldn't even double check the instructions. All I did was quickly ran make sure there were no spelling errors in there. So I am in no way surprised that I made some mistakes. So thank you for not quitting on me, because I'm sure a lot of you are like some days like, wow. But it's really hard because the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, I don't like to share a lot of it because nobody needs to. There's enough negative crap in the world, right? So there's my little soapbox moment. Thank you for sticking around where Vicky looks like a hot mess some days, because I am. Some days I'm a hot mess. It's a lot, right? So now we're going to go to Piglet number 19. This is an error. So look right now. So when we trim, we're going to trim two strips, a 4.5 and a 7.5. These pieces are 5 inches. They're not 5.5 because that math will not work. They're 5-inch pieces. So I'm going to do it with you. Okay. Thank you, Daphne. So Daphne's been with me for 18 years. She said she's never going to quit. I'm sure some people quit because freak. Some days I would quit me, but I feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Getting this space is going to help. So from Piglet, we are going to trim a 4.5 and a 7.5 inch piece. Okay, 4.5, 4.5, and a 7.5. So go ahead, trim your barcode off. Now this is where, right, when we turn this to trim the 4.5, trim 2 5-inch pieces, that leaves you with a 2-inch. You need to do that for the math to work, right? So 2 5-inch, and that leaves you with the 2-inch. Okay. So we're going to do 1/4 inch scores on one edge of these, okay? So along the 4.5 inch length, so make sure you're scoring on the 4.5 inch length. You're going to score 1/4 inch. These are going to be little flaps underneath another flap. So make sure you're scoring along the 4.5, the shorter edge, 1/4 inch. Okay, 1/4 inch by 4.5 inches. Thank you, Diane. I have to say, I am not ever going to pretend like I am perfect because I am so far from it. I'm human, right? I make the mistakes. I just hate doing it because the other thing that I am is very much a people pleaser and I don't want to disappoint anybody. So every time I make an error, I'm like, oh, somebody out there now is disappointed. So that's why I will sit and explain away. Like, you're like, we're fine, just move on. And I'm like, no, I disappointed you. Broken in so many ways, right? So 19 inches. Score in the back. I scored on the front for this one, Daphne Jordan, because it's going to be the hinge. I didn't fold it behind. It's a hinge. So I scored on the front because it's going to be a hinge. Okay? So now everyone should have this piece remaining, the 7.5. So we're going to turn it so you're trimming out of the 12-inch length. And please trim a 6.5-inch piece. 6.5. So you have a 6.5 by 7.5. That goes in your cut pile. And then now from your remaining 7.5 by 5.5, we're going to trim out of the 7.5-inch length, so the longer side. Please trim 2 3.25-inch pieces. So they'll be 3.25 by 5.5. 3.25, 3.25. Okay. And then I just scalloped a border along that remaining little nubbin. So whatever you have left is exactly what you needed. I know some of you don't like this part, don't do it. But I do, so I'm going to do it, right? I love it. I have loved border. I used to work for Fiskars, like a pirate. So they'd send us new tools all the time and we'd have to do something for their design team, right? So some weird stuff, let me tell you too, because it was huge. When scrapbooking was this multi-million-dollar humongous industry, there were so many amazing companies out there, and Fiskars would send us like coffin-sized boxes of, sometimes I get hedge clippers because they just send everything. And I'd be like, okay, I don't think I could do anything scrapbooking related unless I figure out how to Edward Scissorhands my bushes into Beauty and the Beast. I don't know. But I never got rid of these. Tools should never be thrown away. You will find it will come back at some point, right? Who haven't I worked with? Back in the day, man, don't forget I'm a dinosaur. When you think about it, I've just kind of been like a under the what do you call that? Radar, low-key Canadian crafter I started doing this as a profession when Riley was probably 1 or not even 6 months. So I worked at one point for every magazine, and there were lots of them out there. I did idea books. I worked for almost every design team before I started creating my own product lines. It's crazy, right? Been all over the world paper crafting. So, you know, when you're out and you meet like maybe husbands, coworkers, and they're like, what do you do for a living? And I'm like, well, I'm a professional paper crafter or mixed media artist. And they'll be like, what does that mean? And I'm like, well, I scrapbook. And they'll be like, oh, so if I gave you my photos, you could make me a scrapbook? I'm like, yeah, no. I make the product you would use to create that. Oh, wow, that's fun. I'm like, yeah, it's fun. I've traveled all over the world with this. So it's one of those things that people will kind of make fun of. And I'm like, I have met the best humans in the whole world. I have a community of people that I get to hang out with and call friend. It has been literally the best thing in the world. So for anybody who's new and joins me, I'm like, you will not be disappointed. You can scrapbook because you want to be the memory keeper of your family, and you can journal all the things and print all the photos and do all of that. You can be a scrapbooker who only makes albums, only makes cards, only makes 12 by 12 double page layouts, 8.5 by 11 layouts. You can also be somebody who does all these projects and never once puts a photo in it. There is no judgment here. You need to find what works for you. And if you can find an ounce of the joy that I have doing this for the last 18 years, I think you will be a very happy person. Right? A very happy, see my fingers going and everything, because I really feel strongly about, there is no shame in the game. I freaking love paper crafting and sitting down for an entire weekend where people will be like, you did that all weekend? I sure did, and I loved every minute of it, right? Every minute of it. Maybe you sat down and binged Bridgerton and you loved that all weekend. I sat down with 206 of my very best friends, and I did something that brings me more joy than I could put into words, right? I love it. So I just took this page out. Look at what the top looks like, right? The 2 green Monastera leaves are at the top. That's the top. I am going to trim this in half. So I am going to trim a 6-inch piece from the bottom, okay? So it has the more bright green on the bottom. The top is what you fussy cut from. So this is where I fussy cut those leaves from. I haven't done it, but that is where they come from. Now this is what we need for right now. We're going to turn this, and out of the 12-inch length, please trim an 8-inch piece and a 4-inch piece. This is going to be a page in the album, okay? So we will put number 20 with the cut pieces. You know what? They don't have to understand it. Like, I feel like paper crafting, for anybody who likes anything creative, I feel like you can find a place within this wonderful Alice in Wonderland world of all things paper, glue sniffing, digital, mixed media art. And you find the people that if you're trying to find lessons online, you start watching YouTube videos and you find the person that you're like, I love what she does, he does, and that's what I want to do. And then you just stick with that person because we love having you, right? We love having you. So we're done the 12 by 12 paper trimming. We need to do the 6 by 8s, which are not going to take that long. We're going to then take our lunch break. So are we okay to keep pushing through? Because that's what I'd like to do, is I'd like to cut the pieces that we have to cut, which is this, and it's not a lot. Look it. It's not a lot. Because a lot of it's just a strip off. So I am going to opt to keep cutting. And then as soon as we are done, we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back and start assembly. So we need our stack that looks like this, and then you need this cut diagram, and we need numbers 25 through 36. Do you like, in typical Vicky fashion, how I ask you what you'd like to do, but I'm going to do what I want anyway? That's how we're rolling here, right? So grab that stack. If you haven't separated your stack, just grab your 6 by 8s and we'll separate as we go. So the first piece that we're going to use is going to be number 25. It's going to be paper strips, green circles. Go ahead, trim your barcode off of this one. And let's find my numbers now. Five, 26, 27, 28, 29. I don't even know what I grabbed out here earlier. I think I knocked some stuff around. Oh, there's number 7 that I couldn't find. Cut your barcode off, strip. Keep these because they still can make pretty flag banners. You're going to cut this now into two 4 by 6 inch pieces. Okay? 2 4 by 6. 2 4 by 6. Now you're asking me questions that I have no answers. No, we didn't skip number 24. Cynthia, number 24 went on your tags. See the list, 21, 22, 23, 24, which is in your written instructions. So number 24 will be for the tags. In your album, this is going to be 2 flaps. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. So we are going to leave one up and one is going to be the green side. So let me show you a visual because I don't know exactly which side or which one I scored for the top. So I want to show you. You guys might find it faster than I do, but I will show you the visual when I get there. Hopefully I didn't skip it already. I don't think so though. I may have. Yep, I did. I was too fast. Speedy Gonzalez. I passed it again. Okay, I'll go slower. Vicky, what is wrong with you? Go slow. There it is. Okay. So how these are going to work is we're going to score it and fold it behind. So this is your top piece because I like that it ends like that. And this is a piece that is going to go underneath it. Okay, so grab la poste and score 1/4 inch along la poste. Now, look at what I did. When I score this one, because when it flaps up, I don't like words upside down, but you don't actually even see it on here. I'm going to score this one on that part. I found it. Thank you, friends. It's a lot going on in here, right? Gotta get there. Okay. So you're going to score 1/4 inch because it's folding under for this one. I'm going to score on the back side. 1/4 inch-ish. Okay. And then this one is the bottom one. I'm going to score on that side. 1/4 inch-ish. And you can clip those together with your number 25. I don't usually clip those with, I just keep them, okay? There we go, number 25. This one, we're going to cut out the circle. So this guy, we're going to cut out that circle. I like to leave a little bit of a white or cream border, and I usually just cut it kind of wonk, so it looks like I was doing that on purpose, like it's like a frayed edge, because then I don't have to worry about cutting it perfectly. So if I cut it kind of wonky, I'm all right with that. So it has like a distressed edge. But I love this as a standalone page. It is one of my favorite pages in the album. But you also know I have an affinity to circles. I freaking love a circle. Makes me super joyous. Okay, cut that out. So I don't care if it's a little wonk on the edges. If that bothers you and you want to cut it out like you're a surgeon, go for it, right? Whatever works. So you can leave this because sometimes you could punch. This could also be a base. You could do another page in your bonus album if you ended up doing that. So I will set that aside, but this will go with number 26. In my cut pile. Your next paper is going to be the umbrella's flower piece. So we're going to trim out of that. Let's, well, we'll just do it. Trim a 1 inch. 1 inch. A 4.5. And then that leaves you with the 2.5. Okay, go ahead and cut your little tear strip off. Ish. Right? Not everything is square. We're going to create, this is cut, so go ahead and put number 27 with that. So your 2 inch, 2.5 ish by 6 inch is done. So go ahead and put your piece on there. We're not doing anything with that. This is going to be a border, so we'll punch that in a second. And this one is going to turn it so you're cutting out of the 6 inch length, and please trim a 5.5 inch piece. 5.5. So you're just cutting about a 1/2 inch off, okay? This piece is 4.5 by 5.5. You're going to round the 4 corners on it. Okay. Doobie-doo. So what we have remaining now is this little border strip. I'm going to cut a 6 inch border. So I just try to find the art on mine, center it, and punch out of both sides to try to have it end the same on both ends. Ooh, my stomach just made a very loud noise. Sorry, I jiggle the camera a lot too when I'm doing the border punching. There we go. Number 27 done. We are so close. So close. Okay. The next piece is going to be the floral orange pattern. And really, we're using the orange. They're going to be mattes for the most part. So you're going to trim a 5 inch piece and a 2 3/4 inch piece. 5 inch piece and 2 3/4. From the 2 3/4, turn it so you're cutting out of the 6 inch length, and please trim a 3.5 inch piece. 3.5 and a 2.5. Round the 4 corners on your 3.5 inch piece. This with number 28. Still doing okay, friends? I will assume we are, because if I don't hear anything, I think people are just cutting away. We're doing good. And I know this is tiresome, but we're almost done the paper cutting. So you now have a 5 by 6. Turn it so it's a 6-inch length. Make sure you're on the 6-inch length. And please trim a 5-inch square and a 1-inch strip. 5-inch by 5 and a 1-inch strip. Round your 4 corners on the 5 by 5. I laugh because I watch the numbers that are on here and it makes me laugh. Like, because some people could have left because they can't stay for the whole day. Some will be like, I done this before. I've finished the cutting. I've gone for lunch, because we'll drop like by 6 people and then we'll come like up by 10. So I hope you guys are still doing okay. So that was it for the orange floral. The next 2 pieces are the base for your suitcases. Okay. So you are going to take, these are exactly the same cut. It's going to be the green side and the blue side. These are the pieces to make the suitcase. So I'm going to just trim my barcode off together so they're exactly the same size. Right? So it was the heart and the butterflies, but we are using the back sides for suitcases. All we have to do is trim a 1-inch piece. They're going to be 5 by 8. So I trim a 1-inch border off of one side, 1 inch by 8 inch. Okay, these 2 pieces. The hearts are number 29 and the butterflies are number 30. Hearts, 29. Butterflies are 30. The first cut for which paper? I'm not sure which one we're on. Okay, 29 and 30. Now you have 5 by 8 inch pieces that you're going to round all the corners, because these will be a side pocket in the book like this. Okay, and you can round them together if it'll fit in your punch. Or round them individually. There we go. Okay, so put those with their coordinating. Pieces. And I have to watch because all of my stuff's going to fall on the floor. And that would not be good, right? Cheers from Guatemala. Hello, Gabriela. Hola. Hello. Now, here's a question, because there's, in my ignorance, what language do you speak in Guatemala? Because I just assumed and spoke in Spanish, all I can speak. But it could be something totally different, like Portuguese or something. So if my ignorance just showed there, it is Spanish. Because I didn't want, like, you're like, what the heck is wrong with you, you dum-dum? Ledger stripes, we're just cutting 2 4x6 mats. Super easy. Okay? So the ledger, just cut it in half, 2 4x6s. So I'll cut my barcode off to start. And then I will trim 2 4-ish by 6-inch pieces. That's it for this one. And this is number 31. Okay, 31 done. Remember, this one is the one I showed. If you weren't here at the beginning, don't cut your barcode off. We need that to glue. So all we're going to do is score on the back side of this paper just underneath the perforation. So a little bit under the perforation, okay? Don't trim this off. So go ahead, I'm going to put that, and I know that's where I would cut, and I'm going to score slightly under it right here. This is going to end up being a flap, and I just wanted the extra length in that paper, so I left it on there. So it will end up being folded like this. Okay. And then I can glue that. And this is number 32. Okay. We're so close to being done the paper cutting. So the next one that you need is the Stars Yellow. It again is going to be 2 4x6 mats. So trim your barcode off and trim 2 4-ish by 6-inch mats. Lovely. Number 33. And then number 35 is your hexagon, and I did the same. I did not cut that strip off, and we're going to score. We'll score from 6 inches from the bottom. Just makes it easier, okay? So from the bottom of this page, I'm going to score 6 inches. So I'll do it this side. I'll find the 6-inch mark, and then I will score. Okay? And it is going to be in your album like this. And it just gives you a little extra real estate. Oh, that had a hard time when we go to make our pocket. This is going to be a flap with those opening side pocket. This is number 34. So 35 and 36 are going to go in the order that you have here, right? Carissa, perfect timing, right? You got all of your cutting done. You can watch the video for assembly. So awesome, right? You're going to your niece's bridal shower. I love that. Have the best time. Take lots of pictures. So we're just going to cut these into 3 3x4s, 4 3x4s. This will be number 35. I went to see Khalid and Ed Sheeran. So remember, there's always a song in my head. So in my head, I'm going, ooh, ooh, ooh. That's what's in my head. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. He made us sing that. Dawn was at that concert, if she's still here. She was at that concert too. So yes. It was impromptu. Devin and I decided to go on Saturday night. So I went online and found his tickets, and we went into Toronto. Question. For paper number 34, where do you score? 6 inches from the bottom. So measure 6 inches from the bottom and score there. This is harder because what maths do you do, right? So 6 inches from the bottom, Yessie. You're going to see Luke Bryan tonight. My daughter just went to see him at Darien Lake. She went to see him. So you let me know what your thoughts are when you see him. We were like, how was the concert? She goes, pretty good, but I think he was pretty drunk for most of it. So let me know how yours goes. She said it was good. She had a good time, but it was funny. That was her take on it. I think he was doing a little bit of drinking. Gotta love it. Living his best life, right? So I want to know, Arlene. You'll have to let me know. So yeah, we love to go to concerts. So the other one we're going to see is Post Malone. I cannot wait for that one. All of us are going. So that will be, we're going to Darien Lake for the day, and we're going to go see Posty. And I love him. So I am very excited for that one. I bought tickets for 6 of us to go. So it'll be fun. So I'm going to clip those with number 35. So friends, if you're done this already, it is right now 1:23. So we will start back up here just before 2 o'clock Eastern time, right? So if you want to go and have your breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever time it is in your time zone, I'm just cutting this next paper, and then I will be back here at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so in about 30 minutes. I'll be here before that so I can help with anything and organize my bits, but we will get started at no later than 2 o'clock for your assembly. Jordan, I saw Ed at the History Center on Friday, a last minute concert stop he planned. Wasn't he amazing? He doesn't even use a backup band. We were just very upset though, because my daughter loves Shawn Mendes, and Shawn Mendes did an impromptu visit on Saturday, and we were hoping he'd show up on Sunday too, but he did not. And Devin is like, she would have blown a gasket if Shawn Mendes would have been there, but he did not. It was only on at the Saturday show. Okay, there we go. Number 36. And you can go ahead. So the camera will stay rolling. I will just put a piece of paper here that says lunchtime, see you at in 30 minutes. And I will just go quickly and have my salad, and then I will be right back down here to work with you guys. Now that's it, friends. The paper cutting is done. The hardest thing that we will do, and for some of you, the thing that causes you stress, it's done. Okay, I like to flip with this one, the blue side up, because we have a lot of 3x4s, and now you'll know exactly which stack they come from. How did we do, friends? How did you do with your paper cutting? I'm going to clip all these together. So if I need them, I know where to find them. Here we go. That's my beach umbrellas one. I'll just trim it with it for my fussy cutting, right? Good job, Jenny. Look it. It's my job, and I made 2 mistakes. So there you go. You were doing better than I was. Good for you. I love it. All is kitty boo. Good job, Patty. So now what will happen, friends, is tickety boo. I like kitty boo better. Thank you very much. Kitty boo is even better. And knowing you, my friend, I just kind of went with it because I'm like, maybe she meant kitty boo, tickety boo. So what we're going to do, friends, now, okay, is you'll keep these aside. I'm going to come back and I'll explain how we organize our bits. For right now, I feel like you need to get up, you need to stretch your legs, get your blood flowing, and you need to go and feed your metabolism. So go and have a bite to eat. So let me find a piece of paper that I can write, hey, see you in at 2 p.m. So if anybody comes on here, they're like, my video is stuck. We are using the butterflies all weekend. Hello, Serenity. We are using them all throughout the album, Circles too. Oh my goodness, good for you, Jennifer. Good for you, right? So look, lunch break. Can you guys see this? Is this good enough? Lunch break. Back at 1:50 p.m. Eastern. I hope you guys can see that. So everybody will know that it is not, the camera's not frozen. I just have to leave it running, right? So I'm going to run, get myself another drink, have a quick bite to eat, and then we're going to come back. We'll organize all of our cut pieces, and we will start assembly, right? So get your stack of accomplishment ready, and I will see you now, friends. Any questions before I leave you for a minute? Any questions before I leave you for a minute? Okay, I guess we're good. So I am going to quickly go and have a bite to eat, and I will be back. Jennifer is your biggest fan. I love it. Thank you. I need all the help I can get. So I'll see you in a minute, guys. I'm going to go. I have to use the bathroom, and I'm going to get a bite to eat. Okay? So lunch break. See you back in a few minutes. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. I'll only be gone for about 15, and I'll be back, okay? See you in a minute. Ouch. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm back. Okay, friends. Just have to put stuff in the fridge for the fam jam. Okay. How we doing? We're back. Did you guys have something to eat? A little bit of lunch? So, I laugh at my husband. He is allowed to pack kits and stuff. What my husband is not allowed to do is gardening. Every time I walk out in the backyard, he'll go, I made a mistake. And I'm like, dude, what did you do now? So there's this one plant that's growing from our neighbor's yard in through our ivy. So he was trimming it, and he just put a huge hole in my ivy on my fence. And I'm like, look it, don't touch that stuff anymore. You're not allowed to have the clippers. Right? A yummy summer spring roll. Love that, Patty. So does anybody else have a significant other who they think they can do the things, and then you look at them and go, what were you doing? Like, how did you not know to stop? There's a huge hole in the ivy on my fence. And you need to understand the preface to this is we have an arbor in the back that there was a different ivy that was growing, and it was kind of invasive, so we wanted to take it out. I go back there, and he tore all the ivy off the arbor. The whole arbor. We were only supposed to tear part of it. We had a full-on conversation about it, and he still tore all of it off. So, oh my goodness. He's helping, but that's not help. Right? Oh my goodness. He's helping, but he's not helping at all. And it makes me want to punch him in the throat. When in doubt, rip it out. Oh my goodness. He's not allowed to come, Cara, and do any work in my backyard. When in doubt, rip it out. Oh my goodness. That is funny and terrifying all in the same time, right? Flowers watered. They self-water. That's awesome. I have all of mine are in, well, we just did that kind of planting up front, but all of mine in the back are containers. So I actually fertilized them all this week, and my husband is not handy. That's the one thing that I've learned. Didn't know it going into the whole deal, but certainly realized it, that Rich Booten is not a handy guy. He's not handy. My hubs does all kinds of things outside that I don't like. I've given up. He is not allowed to do any decor in the house. That's a fair trade, I guess, Lisa, right? But my husband has hydroponics, so those don't even need me to water out. That's awesome, right? I love it. Oh my goodness, Paula. So when you come over here to deliver my pizzelles, bring your husband with you, so he can help. So you'll have to ask. So when we had the front garden done, they put 2 peony bushes in that only have like half the petals of, somebody told me they're like Japanese peonies or something. I'm like, I don't like them at all. I want like a proper peony bush. So I am not a fan. These things look like they died when they open up because there's no blossoms on it, like no leaves, petals, whatever. The easiest flowers I ever had, we were selling our house and I wanted some additional curb appeal, so you bought fake bouquets and shoved it in a pot. I love it. You call your husband the encourager. He tells everyone else what a good job they do. I love that. Is that so he doesn't have to do the work? Or he just likes to go around and make people feel lifted up? Because I love that. Or is it a combination of both? We say my husband is destroy it yourself instead of do it yourself. Oh my goodness, these are good stories. We can't grow peonies in San Diego, one of my favorite flowers. We can here. They actually grow beautifully where we are. But where we live is called the Green Belt. So we have a lake on one side of us and then an escarpment, which are like fake mountains. They used to be mountains, but they're not. So we live in this perfect growing area because the water comes off of the lake and then bounces back off the escarpment. So it is like when Lil was here, she goes, I can't believe how lush and green it is here. And I'm like, we live here, so we don't realize it. It's quite beautiful. So we can grow a lot of things. But I want to put new peonies in because I do not like these ones. So I need somebody who knows about plants. I believe there's some, I don't know what they are. I've never seen a peony that comes out with just one row of petals and this big huge thing in the middle. So they're not like those big beautiful like lots of petals that smell beautiful peonies. They don't last very long. No, it is like a kind of, you have like what, about a week, maybe 2 weeks of the peonies and they're done. My husband refuses to garden. I do it. I love it too, right? Yes, we have one. So there's 2 in my front garden. I think I'll leave those, but I'm going to plant 2 pretty ones to go with it. That's what I think I'm going to do. You know a lot, Kim, about gardening. I love it. I don't like the peonies because of all the ants that needed to open them. I'm okay because they're nowhere near our house. But I also need to get like the little cage because they're so top heavy, right? They fall over. Yeah, I need to do that. So, well, and Canada's huge. You'll see like desertish kind of areas, very lush green areas. You have a little bit of everything, right? With pink petals and yellow centers. I'll take, well, mine are dead now. Mine are done. But I'm like, I'm not loving these. But yes, we have a ton. I spent a lot of money on my container plants because I love them. But it looks also pretty out there, right? Should we cut the vellum while we're waiting? You can if you want. Cut your vellum leaves, but I'm going to get started in a few minutes. Yeah, we used a tomato cage. That's what I'm going to do. So many different kinds of peonies. Ours are done too. Yeah. Okay, so what are we going to do now? I'm going to move my drink because it's sweating on my table, and what has happened to me in the past is my paper starts to get wet. So moving that, drying that up. You hate the ant plants? Oh, I love them. And I'm going to just try to kind of move my space. So now you're going to start getting all your pieces and you're going to organize them, right? Organize them. So I'm going to start like this. And I'm just going to have it so I can see my numbers for easy access and organize my bits. What? 32, 33, 34. Oh, that's why. And then she lost her mind. So organize your bits while you're waiting for all of our friends to come back from lunch. I left because I just went up and I said to Riley, do you want pizza for supper? And he's like, no, I would like meat and vegetables. I'm like, that is what you get with your kids that are workout kids. And I'm like, I love that, but you guys also don't cook for yourself, so it makes it a little trickier because your mother's not going to be there to do it because I'm working today. So he's funny. Oh, look at what is Vicky doing now, losing her mind. I'm going to do a couple rows off to the side here, so I have a working space and then where all my bits are gonna go. This is the fun part. We put all that heavy work into now being able to do the fun bits. I can't grow humans and fur baby. I don't have, give me a plant. I love it. You can take care of the kids and the pets, but don't give you a plant. I'm trying to learn. I'm not, well, I certainly wasn't, it didn't come naturally. Let's just say I've had to learn, but I really love them. I love my plants. So I would like to be able to grow them and not kill them. I'm working on learning. That you're doing 7-layer dip for dinner? I love that. What kind of snacks do you guys have set up too? I will live vicariously through you because I obviously am not snacking while I'm teaching. But I want to know, what is your go-to candy, go-to drink? I laugh because when Kim is doing this with us now, would be cocktail time after lunch, right? She'd pour her cocktail, and we now do our flipping and sipping, which I love it. Again, I can't really partake because you saw the messes I made without drinking. If I add alcohol to the mix, I don't know what we would get done. So, for me, I'm not, because Vicky with a buzz is a whole different story, right? Okay. Pringles and Dr. Pepper. Oh, we could snack together. You just ate a Snickers for lunch, because you know what? It's like that commercial, right? What is that commercial where they like turn into Danny DeVito and stuff? And they're like, "Do you need a Snickers? You have pear and peach trees." Oh, those are peaches are my favorite. Chips, meats, veggies, and cookies. I love it. I'm not allowed to snack. Only have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Life of a diabetic, yeah. But, right, it's probably not a bad thing. Dr. Pepper Zero. I need one. Actually, Mom, text Riley and ask him to go outside and get me a diet soda. Because then when we're done, I would like that. Or as we're going here, I might like to have that little pick-me-up. And I know he's up there eating his eggs because he's having his proteins. Crazy kid, right? I have no idea what the minions are doing for dinner, but I will be fed for sure. Well, that's the way it should be, right, Natalie? So I took sausage out. If you have a farm boy near you, they do the best pork sausage. So I took out jalapeno sausage, and I can throw that in my air fryer. And it is asparagus time of the year, so we're gonna have sweet potatoes, asparagus, and Devin and I, and sausage. No one else will eat it with us. Okay. I'm moving stuff around, just shuffling a bit so I can find what I need. Don't need these now. You're back on plan with Gina and back at it. Gotta get it a pretty dress for your wedding in October. I hear you, Catherine. I'm trying, but my stress level has just been through the roof, and my cortisol levels are, I'm not in a good place. So I start every morning doing my Gina Livy, and then just see how the rest of the day is gonna go, because, right? It is been tough. I don't eat because I'm working. So I like I said, I'm never quitting. It just has taken me way longer. And I have to say, I was telling my friend Patty, I had lost all this weight doing Gina. My work and stress level has been through the roof, and I've put a ton of weight on. So I'm really, 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 I'm not quitting. It just is not, I'm not in the perfect spot I would like to be in, right? So it's okay, Paula. It's not going away. You just do the best you can every day, right? Stress is horrible for our bodies. So I don't sleep. I probably average on a good night 5 hours, but some nights are 3 or 4. I don't move because I'm sitting working all day, and I have high levels of stress. So those are all like the worst makeup for trying to lose weight or take care of yourself, right? So I'm back at it. When I get back from this cruise, I have to focus on me. It's not healthy. I won't even be here to do any of this stuff with you guys if I keep at this rate. I can't do it, right? So working at it, right? So Gina Livy is it's called the Livy method. It just is really, I'd have to say, super healthy way to address weight control. And I have to tell you that there are tons of people there in their 60s, 70s, 80s losing weight. So you have to think, if people tell you once you get older you can't do it and they're doing it, it works. And I know it works. I dropped like 27 pounds when I focus. Like my brother said to me, why would I do it? You sign up every session and you don't lose the weight. I'm like, it's not the program, that's my fault, right? That's my fault. My mom had a terrible fall and my focus was all on her and I ate my way through the stress. I hear you, Paula, right? It's what we've done. It's what we've been conditioned to do for years and years and years. And my friend Paula is definitely an empath. So the stress, I can only imagine dealing with your mama. And what do? Food makes us feel good and then makes us feel sad. So I totally get it, friend. It's there. It's never going away. You just kind of keep sticking to it and doing the best you can, right? Hello, beautiful girl. Jim just left for the shop, so I get to play. I'm so excited. Hello, Lisa. How you doing, sweet friend? I love my Jim and Lisa. Mental health stress is bad too. It totally is, right? But it's super, super important that, Paula, how can you take care of everybody else if you don't take care of yourself, right? And I'm saying this because Vicky Booten needs that message. If I don't take care of myself, I will have nothing left to give for everybody else. So we need to get together and come visit Vicky. I would love that, Natalie. You guys can come see me. Can you repeat the name of the diet program? So you need to look up, because now there's sessions. The next one will start in the fall. I have many, many friends that have joined us. And I have to tell you, my friend Patty's here, and she has done exceptionally well on this program. It's a community. Gina is like a Vicky. We're like kind of the same person. So if you love kind of my personality, you will love that. You will get what you get out of it, what you put into it. You can't blame the program if you don't do the work, right? But it is, look it up, Gina, Gina, Livy, Livy, weight loss. And you guys can register for, I think it's still open for the fall program. It's 75 Canadian dollars. It is so much information, you won't even believe it. There are tons of people that are off their high blood pressure medicine, they're off their diabetes. Like their diabetes is stable, depending obviously on what type you have, but it's really good. I keep going and I've dropped only 10 in these 3 sessions, but I'm not giving up. But it's 10 pounds that you would have been had on if, like Gina says, if not this, what? Like, what is your other option? So anyway, I'm not here. I get nothing back from it. It just is one of those things that it is the best sustainable program if you actually follow along and do the work. So I can't blame anybody but myself, right? I just put it all back on. Natalie lost a ton of weight. She looks great. I am just not the poster child because my stress levels make it almost impossible. I can do everything on the plan, but if I'm not sleeping and if I am not controlling my stress, I don't lose an ounce. But I feel good. Right? You're going in a program, cool, to make better choices and move more. And that's what it is. It's real food, right? Real food, and I love it. And I talk about it all the time because I really think it helps save people's lives. And you know if you need it, right? If you're happy with what you're doing too, this is certainly not, hey, we should all lose weight. It's, you got to do what makes you feel good. And for me now, I'm getting old, and my biggest concern is my health. It isn't even vanity anymore. I just want to be healthy, right? Yeah, Natalie looks great. So she lost over 40 pounds in the program, which helped with her health, right, Nat? So, and I was doing great, and then not doing great, but I've signed up. It's the best $75 I've ever spent. Okay, how we doing? So let's get rolling here. Organize your bits. And we are going to start putting the album together. I open my album. This is what I refer to as binder pages. And this is what I refer to as pocket pages. So I have those out. The other thing I will add to my stack is my full sheet 6x8s. So if I need a full page, this is where they will be. Okay? What will you need now? Your adhesives. You still need paper clips because some pages we will build and some pages we just kind of clip. And I say, come back and you can stick your mats and stuff down. Because, right, we have 70 odd pages we need to get all of the things for. I don't pull any embellishments right now. If you want to do that, you're just going to work at your own pace because it would take us like 4 days to get through it, right? Question, are the pages in the Where to Next album much different from the ones in Print Shop? Different but similar. The majority of my albums have a lot white bases, but the colors for these two collections are like, a lot of people were like, I don't want to use the Print Shop. I want to use the Where to Next. And I get it, but there is no Where to Next right now. So you can hold out. I just can't guarantee that it will come or when it will come, right? Question, thinking about waiting for the Where to Next album. Are the album inserts for the Where to Next album very different? They're all the same size. I just don't know if there's as many of them in it. Okay? Because, again, I did all these things to reduce the cost of the album, and they still priced it the same. I have no control over that. But we took all the metal off and I reduced the number of pocket pages in it and they still priced it exactly the same. So there you go. So that has nothing, I try because I am very conscious of your pocketbooks, but I have no control over any of that stuff. But I'm like, well, if you're going to price it the same, I would have left all that same stuff on. So now we took stuff away, but the price is the same. So that's why we came out with bonus. You can order the pocket pages. All of the whole sizes are made to fit all of the Vicky Boutin albums, except for my original one. But for all the ones that have been out for the last couple of collections, okay? And here's the other thing I'm going to tell you right now. Look at the size of this album. There's not one photo in here. Not one photo. By putting photos in here, it's going to increase this album to look, I would say, like this. So what I would say, if you ordered my kit, use the Print Shop album, do what I'm doing now. And when the new Where to Next albums come out, I am going to sell them on my site for a deal. And you could split this album and get 2 for the price of 1 and a bit, right? See you later, Pamela. You missed the metal on the new albums. Well, me too, but like I said, it probably will never come back now because they'll probably put the price up by $10. So it is what it is, right? It's so hard. It's so hard. Do we need to get the embellishments out? No. Absolutely no. And I'll tell you why, Lisa. It takes forever. Do you see how many? Just in the papery pack alone, you have, are you ready? You have 200 pieces. And then you have 2 ephemera packs. So that's another 100 pieces. Then you have a sticker book, which was what's in there, over 100 pieces. I think for all of the stuff that I added to this kit, there are easily probably 500 pieces of jewelry. So what I'd have to say is, no, I wouldn't open any of that. We'll just start building, okay? So I feel like you guys are as organized as you're going to be at this point. I'm just putting my little things aside. I kind of sorted my circles by size. I sorted, there are 4 styles of butterfly. I just did this so I could easily find them. So, oops, this one is like the stamp. This one is a little blacker. This one has more, a different shape. And then you have the side angle butterflies. And then your circles, you have like 4 sizes, and then there's my stars. I did not cut out the flowers, and I did not cut out the leaves right now. So when we need to find those things, I'll just tell you what to reference, okay? Let's go. So what I will do now is I need to move all my embellishment. Have my ruler handy, and my little ruler. I love these ones. I think a lot of you guys do. You've ordered them off my website. It just makes working easier. And I need to have my top tray available so I can put the album on it open. And that's what we're going to work from. So yes, when we're talking embellishments in this kit, right? 50 pieces, 200 pieces, or 2 of everything in here. I will have it handy though, because if I need to reference anything, I can open it. So when I go to embellish my albums or any of my projects, I go and put all like things together. If it's words, all the words go together. If it's, shapes, they go together. If it's icons, they go together. So, because this will take you, I bet you to embellish this album will be probably another whole Saturday that you work. It'll be something that it'll take you a while to finish this. This album for me to design, who I work pretty quickly, I think this one took me 3 to 4 days to create this whole album, right? Doing this together cuts your time down. Like what I condense into this one day would probably be at least 2 days, and then the embellishing takes forever. But you still have to put photos on, right? So you have all of these things. When you're looking for any of the little, what are these called? Clips. There's a whole set of them. You have ephemera packs that reference the back for everything. This is what I keep. So even when I open it, keep this and put it with the ephemera so you have a quick reference guide of what is in what. In your instructions, I put like a short form. So this would be icons, this would be journaling, clips, chipboard, papery, SB is sticker book, because all of this now is in your sticker book, right? And then on top of that, you have a front and a back to 6x12s, front and a back. And this is what I referenced, 6x12. You have alphas, and then you have chipboard, and then you have my handwriting. I draw all of these. So this is your puffies, and this is where I try to fill every section with something. So it's like an added pack of embellishment, right? So I'm not opening any of this, but I might pull that little envelope at some point out of the papery. We'll see. Might not too. Okay, let's do the things. I know I worked hard to get the pocket pages available. Unfortunately, they're stuck somewhere with the albums. So some people are like, you haven't shipped my order. And I'm like, I don't have it. So if I have not fully refunded your pocket pages, let me know, because I'm refunding everyone's and starting fresh. Because it's way too hard for me to try to figure out what shipped and what didn't, okay? So that's the other thing. If you ordered the pocket pages that go in the albums and you did not notice a refund for them, let me know, because I'm refunding all of them and I'll start fresh. Too hard. It's too hard. So our first page is going to be a collection of all of these little bits. Okay, so this is chipboard. We're not going to add that right now. You can pull it out if you want to, but it's going to be these pieces layered. Okay, so I know that this is on my 6x8s. This piece here, that was the piece that we cut for the suitcases. So now is the fun stuff, right? Is just finding all of the things. So where are my 6x8s? Or this pile? So it is number 29. So you're going to grab that piece out of number 29. That's going to be our first thing. Okay, number 29. And then we have this strip here, which is going to be out of what we cut today, I think. It's going to be a little bit of a disaster as we try to find all of the things, okay, friends? So just be patient. If you find the number first, just holler and say, Vicki, it's number whatever. 21. Thank you. Well, Vicky's got to fix her stuff up. Because I don't even know where 21 is, so just give me a minute. I was talking so much that I was not doing a good job organizing. Where would I have put those? Vicky is missing number 21, 23, 24. So just give me a sec. Do you see them on my table? I don't know where they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's number 8, but what did I, oh, the other ones are, here it is. Okay, number 8. Sorry, number 8. So it's this strip right here. See, I've separated all these. Thank you, friends. Number 8. Okay, it's this piece here. There we go. Okay, so far, right, you have your heart piece. You have your pink piece that we just got from number 8. This piece here is from your barcodes. Remember, right at the beginning, I said the barcode for your cut-aparts that had the pink words on it, you need that. So I just have to figure out where I put those. Give me a sec, friends. Because we did those right at the beginning, and I just got to figure out where I put them. Because, oh, here, I found them. Okay, on my Yoda dish. So that strip is from number 21. You need this barcode from number 21, okay? Right, so far, right, we have number 21. You have this that was from number 8. You have this heart piece that was from number 29, right, 29, 8. And then this was from your cut-aparts, which were number 21. Now the only other piece that we need is the scalloped edge, which might not look exactly like mine, and it's all good. Just use whatever you have. They're just layering, okay? I'm wondering though. Yeah. So ours is a little narrower, but it'll be fine. We're just gonna layer these pieces together now. So you are going to take it and just make a page. So what we're going to do is I'm going to glue this turquoise one to the back like this. Mine will just be a little narrower, okay? So get whatever adhesive. I might use glue for this because it'll be just faster. Are we okay with this, friends? The long border with the turquoise, the long one. Right? No, maybe not. Am I wrong? Yes, it is. The long one. Okay? So I'm going to put a little bead of adhesive along the pink side, like this. Maybe. Might be clogged. I don't want to squeeze this out and make a mess. There we go. I put it on this side. Right? Because it's going to show on this side, right? So that's the only piece you have to worry about. Now you can layer the rest. So you're going to round. I rounded just the top and bottom corner of this piece. I have better luck with this. The cardstock is cardstock, so there's no pattern on it, right? Question, is that the cardstock scallop or printed paper? It's the cardstock scallop, right? From number 17. So then we're gonna layer just to create kind of this little page, and they're kind of offset like that, okay? So now go ahead and attach this on here. So I will just put a little bit of glue on there. And then it just kind of goes a little offset. If they're crooked and sideways, and it does not have to be perfect, right? What was the Vicky? What are you asking me, Natalie? This one, if you're looking going, holy crap, she's freaking me out right at the beginning, it gets easier. It's just a lot of little pieces. If you want to leave this one to last, you totally can. Because guess what? This is all that will be left in your stack. So if you're looking at this going, this is way stressing me out, leave it to the end, right? So the only other thing I need now is to cut a little piece of this border, and I'm going to lay it on here. So what size do you need? Is about 7.5 inch piece. And this was your barcode from Where to Next 4x6s. So ish is fine, okay, friends? I'll keep this in case I want to use it somewhere else. I'm going to cut a little flag in the end. How we doing with this, friends? Don't forget, we have 7 million pieces of pattern paper. For any of these, if you're going through and you're like, I have no clue where that is, you can always come back and find it later. I'm going to just trim that a little bit because I've decided I don't like that little black border on mine. And then I'm going to glue that, and we're done that front piece. And then remember that you still have to come through and punch your holes on all of these things. So what you can do is you can create your own little what do you call, like a mask template, and then you can come through and cut these, or you can use one of the existing binder or pocket pages, whatever you want to do. Okay, so I am going to, where are my little tweezers? Because my fingernails, I have a hard time picking anything up. And I'm going to throw that guy on there like that. And la-di-da is just kind of a little mini page. Little mini page, right? So that's it. What gets added after is the chipboard circle. And this one is out of your ephemera pack. And then that's a sticker, which I'll go through later and explain all that, right? But that is page 1. And now we would turn this. And I will clip that right now. So see what's going to go on the back of the chipboard is one of your 2.5 inch. No, it's a 2 inch. 2 inch circles. So if you did punch these, it'll be in this section. And you just need the blue one. And you can clip that on there for now, right? 2 inch blue, there's only one of them in that size. I will go look for it later. There, clippy. This is page 1 and 2 done. So now put this somewhere. As you build, you're going to put your pages like you're turning a book. So at the end, you can do this. Is there something you need help with, Diane? Or is it something you just want to ask Natalie? Right? But ask me right now because I'm right here. Question is X. You got that one? Use Messenger. Natalie will help you. And for number 8, what was that? This one? Oh, I think you're behind. So, Mary France, it's okay. You're just watching, I think, on delay, right? Question. Did you thin down your circle? On this one, I did not. But on other ones, I did. I used it as full. So this will be in your chipboard. Okay? Okay? So this now is going to go in my finished stack, which I got to figure out where is Vicky going to put those. Maybe here. Right? Need more real estate always. And now put this one back in my album. So if for some of you, you're like, well, that was a lot, man. That was just really super annoying. But I love it in my album. I love that as the kind of little mini banner opener. Okay. Next page we're going to create now is going to be this one, which will be way easier. I don't know why it would be blurry. It could be my connection, friends, so I apologize if that's the case. Yeah, it's probably the connection, right? But make sure you are set up. I don't know what else to do. It's probably the connection, so I apologize for that. But we are having storms here, so it could be that, right? Yes, blurry here. You refreshed and it was better? That's perfect. So they were saying if you refresh, your quality will be better. So try that, okay? Just refresh and then come back in and it could make it better. Don't forget too, this runs for a long time. So if that helps you, just refresh and it will be better. But if, say, by the time we get to the end and you really can't see very well, it's not super, the quality's not great, I will do the album walkthrough as a whole separate video, okay? So we'll figure that out. So for this page now, you need the paper we cut in the prep day. So your star paper, which is going to be number 10. Go to your number 10. No, it's not number 10. That's wrong. That should be. Oh no, I kept that, I think, separate. Where is that one from, Vicky? That one we might have to find after because maybe. No, number 5. There it is, number 5. Okay, from number 5, the mat that you need is it's 7 by 4.5. So it's going to be this mat here from number 5. So you need from number 5 a 4.5 by 7. Okay. This piece here is out of the papery. So you can either make a note for yourself or if you want to pop open your papery box, you can. If Vicky can find hers. I will show you where it is. I kept that out. Excuse me. It's going to be in the papery. But like I said, 200 pieces, right? A little bit of a nightmare. But if you can find it quickly, I will show you what it looks like. It will be in this stack. Somewhere of tags. If you want to grab it now, otherwise just make a note and you can find it later. Like I said, 200 pieces. There it is though, in your papery, okay? and I did trim it down. Did you notice? Look, a little bit of it off, so I didn't punch my holes through it. So I'm going to do that with you, and I'm going to trim a little piece on both sides. Very choppy now. Oh no. I'm going to go check something, okay? I might have to start a new video. So what are our thoughts, friends? Because look at, I've lost, my phone's plugged in. Yeah, I'm all set. It's a connection. So what I can do is I will have to start a part 2. So are we okay if we do a second link? Because I'd say it's a connection. My connection, I'm going to have to probably start another one. So are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm going to type it. Share it in. Okay. So do you see what I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. So what I will do is if I start a new link, hopefully that's going to help it. So what you need to check is just go to the Facebook group or the description of this video. So go back into the link and where the description of the video is, and I'm going to post it. It'll take me about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll share it on both places, right? It's super blurry, so the connection has just gone wonky. So just to make it so it's not a nightmare this whole time, I'll just start part 2, and part 2 can almost be after the cutting, right? After the cutting, we'll have a part 2 to the video. So I'm going to go off here, so I'm shutting this down, and I'm going to start a new link, all right? No, I don't think, okay, I'm taking this down. There's nothing has changed, right? So it is nothing to do with autofocus. It's all on a phone. It's on an iPhone, so I can't adjust any of that, right? So it is definitely something to do with a connection. I'm looking what my connection looks like, right? Because look at, I'm close here. So I will start a whole new video. So I'm ending this now. Thank you, friends. And I'm going to start a new connection, okay? So this is part 2. There'll be a part 2, all right? So I'll be back in a second. I'm going to shut this down and start up the new one. Here we go.